Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Um, Happy Easter. Hope everybody had a wonderful Easter celebration. It's a beautiful Tuesday evening. Is the 7th day of the month of April, year 2026. How are you doing? I mean, I think the session has already started in the comment section, and that's why I'm laughing. Someone said, "You are old in wisdom, but young in music taste." Ah, boy, it is well. Àwọn àtijọ́ nìkan máa gbọ́ yẹ ká gbọ́ ti sẹ́yìn náà. Ti sẹ́yìn àbí ti sẹ́yìn yìí. Excuse me. All right, thank you very much for that comment. Good evening, Akado. Good evening. Ọlọ́jọ́ ogun le. Ẹ̀yin wo lẹ ń jagun? Ká má parọ́ ọjọ́ ogun le. Íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì yìí gan ojú ogun kan ní lọ́tọ̀. Tá bá ní ká wò dáadáa. Ẹ kí n kí àwọn ará wa tó ń darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láti orí ìkànnì YouTube. Yorùbá ń gbọ́ mi. All right, thank you very much for being here. If you're joining us on YouTube, thanks for being here, and thanks for joining us on Facebook as well. Great to have everybody here. For those of us on TikTok, first, let me thank you guys. Akadol, Koboko, Abi71, the Elevation Labs, everybody. Thank you very, very much for the likes on TikTok. Thank you. We're on 31.5k likes, and this helps a lot. So thank you very much for your support. If you're on TikTok, please let me join the folks who are part-tapping, and please part-tap as well. Let's like the live together and push together to the FYP. Okay? So please let's share the live. Also, if you are on TikTok, click on this heart icon, please. This heart icon just above my head here. Please click to join the team. And if you're already a member of the team, please click on it to drop a gift, drop your heart to me. These things help. And by the way, I should say this more often. TikTok guys, please let's support the live by subscribing. You can always click on my avatar and then you see subscribe. Please subscribe and let's make this work together. For those of us on YouTube, thanks for being here. Please like the live and share as well. We're gonna have a great day today. It's gonna be a brighter day. We shall have a great day today. Good evening, good evening. I want to see if we can get on Twitter before we get started, but we're working on that. And by the way, someone asked earlier that what were we waiting for? Sometimes when we're waiting like that, it's because we're trying to connect different platforms. So please, and thank you for bearing with me. I want to make sure that we're able to get everybody connected before we begin. But we're here now, so we're on YouTube, on Facebook, and I think in the next minute or so we should be able to connect folks on Twitter and Twitch. I think a lot of interesting things are going on in the comment section, so let me visit the comment section while we get this sorted. By the way, today's Matters Arising. Matters Arising just means that we will read the news and discuss different things based on what people are saying. So I could check the comment section and that will be the topic of today. We just find something that people are concerned about and we can dive into books and stuff to understand those things better. Having said that, please give me a minute or so to get folks on Twitter connected. All right. Gbìyànjú àti wo ibi kan tó ń pè ní abala àríwísí. Yoruba people are interested. We don't find word for comment section. By the way, that's what people call it on social media now. I think it's beautiful that we created something for that. I mean, there are new words that are coming up now. The same way the folks who went ahead of us created Ẹ̀rọ Amóhùnmáwòrán as Yoruba word for television. Want to create want to ṣe comment section abala àríwísí battery wọ́n ní ẹ̀kí agbára ní ká máa pè é sí, so ẹ̀kí agbára. I think it's beautiful. All right, so that's my own way of telling you that there's a Yoruba word for comment section now. Abala àríwísí. Ẹ ká wo abala àríwísí wa ká wo nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn kọ síbẹ̀. Bóyá bẹ́ẹ̀ láti máa but let's read some things here. Old of Africa says, hello, Prof. Hello, sir. I thought that there's going to be a session yesterday. Yeah, there was going to be one before I realized that my organs at the top had holiday. You know, Kokinshaba, she said me Easter Sunday was enough, but apparently on fresh holiday or joke, so I had to listen to my organs at the top. I mean my kids. So good evening, Miss Joan. Thank you very much for joining us. Ade says Yoruba language is living and breathing. Oh yes, it is. It is. I like the Abala. I'm just repeating it. All right. Someone says here, Busui, do you know the Igbos can know the? Do you know the Igbos? Busui, do you know the Igbos can know their origin? Likewise, the Yorubas can have theirs fine-tuned. Yoruba people, we don't need to fine-tune Yoruba origin. We need to understand Yoruba origin. We don't need to there's nothing to fine-tune. And I get where you're coming from, by the way. Maybe this is where it's a good place to start, by the way. I get where you're coming from, and I understand it. But what Yoruba people need to do is to understand our origin story. And I think it's a good place to begin. So I think we should begin, shall we? Let me bring up folks on Twitter and Twitch, and then we can get started. Great. So these days I see people on social media saying things like, oh, we are from different places, we're not all children of Oduduwa. So let's start with Yoruba today. We're all children of Yoruba, we're all children of Oduduwa. Why are we always, saying everybody is Oduduwa? We're not all children of Oduduwa. Some people are children of this, some people are children of that. Why are you trying to make it look as if history began with somebody? I've seen it on YouTube, somebody wrote it on TikTok. These people, of course, are Yoruba. And you know what it means to reinvent the wheel? I think some people love reinventing the wheel. And it's the thing that you do when you assume that your forebears were not wise. A lot of young people do it. I mean, all of us did it as teenagers. When you were an adolescent, you assumed that everybody that went side of you, they were just dumbos. Like, you are the one with wisdom. It's not true. You're not that smart. The assumption that you are better than everybody that came before you is not real. It's just something to make you happy. And maybe you have not really sat down to look at their greatness, and that's why you assume that they were stupid. They were not stupid, especially if they're Yoruba. Our fathers did some work, and what we don't know is why they did it and what our job is. And let me start with our job. Our job is to build on the foundation they have laid, not to lay another foundation. If every generation is laying a different foundation, you will never build a house. There will be no edifice. All you have is foundation upon foundation, generation upon generation, and that is a waste of everybody's time. And some people are going through that. That should not be Yoruba's headache. As a Yoruba person, there is no reason to look for any origin story. Now, let's start with Oduduwa claim. Oduduwa is not the first man. Why are you always saying he's the first one? He's not the chemical. I've talked about it here before. Let's talk about it this way. and I think I've said it here before. Yeah, if we're discussing politics in Nigeria from a Yoruba perspective, the first name that comes to mind is who? Please write in the comment section. I want to see if maybe I'm just assuming or we're all on the same page. So if we're discussing Nigerian politics and a Yoruba person, and you're looking at things from a Yoruba perspective, what's the first name that comes to mind? Please write in the comment section. We're going to get to the news. We'll discuss a lot of things, but someone wrote something in the comment section. I feel it's a good place to begin. So someone, Koboko wrote Awo, Akadao says Awolowo. I want to see if we can have more people. If you want to discuss Nigeria's history, and you're looking at things from the Yoruba perspective, where do you begin? Or whose name comes to mind? So I've seen a lot of people, Awo. Now, greetings to you, your mates. Greetings. Now, why does Awo come to mind? The reason Awo comes to mind is because it's not because he's the first Yoruba politician in Nigeria's history, just to be clear. It's not that before him there was no Yoruba involvement in Nigerian politics. Yoruba people were just chilling somewhere and he just rose and then it was like, hey, you know what? Sometimes I allow people stay. They can constitute nuisance sometimes, but I look at them and act as if it doesn't really matter. But I think there's a particular thing that you would do when you cross the line and you are going to be muted. So for those of you, you know what? I really have so much. We have so much to discuss today. We don't have too much time for Iregbe. Please do for to my Iregbe. So you guys, you know what I'm talking. I know I'm talking about you. I'll just give you 1 minute break each. Just 1 minute. That's enough. So that you understand that you are too old to be constituting nuisance like this now. Even if you are not married yet, very soon now you have children. After marriage, hopefully, calm down. And maybe, anyway, you soon have kids. Both of you, you know yourselves in the comment section. Please just act your age. God bless you. Maiwa, good to see you. Good evening. It's not that before Awolowo there was no Yoruba involvement. As a matter of fact, the first political party in Nigeria was founded by a Yoruba man in 1923. At that time, Awolowo was only 14 years old. Okay? So it's not that before him nobody was doing anything, just waiting for Awolowo. No. How about Macaulay founded the first party in 1923 called the National Democratic Party, Nigerian National Party, NNDP. Nigerian National Democratic Party. That was the first party, okay, in Nigeria's history, started by Olayinka Macaulay. But you see, there's a reason we begin with Awo. There was about Macaulay, there was Henry Carr, there were the Dohertys, you had H.O. Davis, you had the Makinsoya, you had the Alakijas, a lot of great men in politics, the Majas, and so on and so forth. The reason we begin with Awo is that his emergence created a new social order in Yoruba history, as far as politics is concerned. Guys, please help me. Give me a second. I need to mute this call. His emergence, right, essentially eroded a new social order as far as politics is concerned in Yoruba land. That, therefore, we are not ashamed to begin our history with with Chief Awolowo. That does not mean we do not acknowledge those who came before him. So, of course, like we just mentioned, we know about the Dohertys, we know about, the H.O. Davis, we know about, about Macaulay, we know about Verne, we know about all this Henry Carr, we know about all these great men that did fantastic things, even in the 19th century, right? We've had sessions here where we talked about the evolution of nationalism in Nigeria, starting with Yoruba Christians, who were reacting to the racial or the racist tendencies or the racist policies of the church in Nigeria at the time, that's the CMS, and they began to do something that historians like Professor J.F. Ajayi eventually called cultural nationalism, where they began to assert Yorubaness and their Yoruba identity, introducing Yoruba expressions into their worship and all of those things, which eventually culminated in what we now call nationalism in Nigeria. Okay? That history is very important, right? Everything that happened before Awo is important. But Awo and the things that he did and what he represented changed the order of things in Yoruba history. That's exactly what happened with Oduduwa. It's not like there were no people living before him. I mean, Oduduwa lived in the 10th, 11th century AD. There are archaeological evidence of at least 500 BC in Ile-Ife. That's not to say but Ile-Ife exists. It's been there, but there are artifacts from 500 BC. There's also what was the word now? Evidence that life has been in that place for thousands of years, that Yoruba people have existed for thousands of years, right? I had a session here the other day, we were talking about the dispersal and how we actually feel the entire space, and that the first, move of Yoruba people, and I'm talking archaeology right now, began somewhere around 2800 BC, thereabout, or between 2500 BC and 2800 BC. That's before Christ. So it's not like Yoruba people did not exist before Oduduwa. Oduduwa created a new social order that made everything that came before him pale in comparison, and therefore we begin with him. So we call ourselves children of Oduduwa. When Papa Awolowo was going to create, himself and his friends, his fellow Yoruba people in London in 1945, when they were going to create Egbe Oduduwa, they needed to find a name that would unite all of us. What they did was not to go back and say, who was there before Oduduwa? No, they just went on and built from Ibitan Babati one Daduro. We had gone through Kiriji, we had gone through all kinds of things. We're like, you know what, let's begin from Oduduwa. So they said, we're going to call ourselves Egbe Oduduwa. We started having a prayer meeting on Sunday mornings here. We did it last Sunday, actually. We call it Prayer for Two. Prayer for Tribes of Oduduwa. Because the same way you talk about Jacob having tribes, Oduduwa also has tribes. There are many groups that form Yoruba people. Now, people now say, oh, but before. The thing is, what he represents, he was so huge and so larger than life that Yoruba people essentially rewrote their myth of origin around that person. Why am I saying all of these things? You see, whatever makes us these days say things like, it's invitation to retrogression. It's not going to do anything good for you. You know what? You can do it, by the way. And I'm not saying the person who wrote in the comment section, that's what they're saying, but I'm noticing these things on social media. We're going to rewrite Yoruba history. It's a waste of time. And I'll tell you why. Your job at this level, and by the way, you can acknowledge the greatness of Oduduwa without diminishing other people, even his peers or those who came before him. For instance, when I talk about the evolution of political structure in Ife, I usually begin with Oranfe. Oranfe, I mean, as far as Ojo is concerned, the eras are even different. He had lived years before Oduduwa came along. And so that's what Yoruba elders did. They made this Oduduwa person the center of everything, but he didn't jettison everybody that came before him. So Oranfe today, who was the first chairman of the Confederacy of the 13 settlements in Ife, he's seen today as a deity in his own right. Obatala, who was there before Oduduwa came in and introduced a new social order that removed the Confederacy system they had before him, Obatala is not just thrown somewhere. No, he is also a deity. As a matter of fact, he is so respected that a deity that existed before him became If you read A History of the Yoruba People by Stephen Banji Akintoye, you read in that book that Oranfe, time by the time you had Obatala, if Yoruba people want to say Obatala gone new Rishanla, that's to tell you that they even respected him so much that I'm trying to explain to you that it's not that Yoruba elders treat the others with contempt. It is that they acknowledge the greatness of one without diminishing others. And I think that's where wisdom is. And And that's why I say that the more I hear Yoruba people argue and talk, I even saw one on social media over the weekend. We are not as smart as our fathers, and it's good and it's bad. It's good because it keeps us humble. It's bad because maybe we said we went to school. People are fighting over unnecessary things. I saw one over the weekend. It was actually quite funny. Someone said, they were talking about this or your thing, and someone said, "Oh, we don't even care about Ife. We don't care about neither of them." You know, that the person says that he is Ibadan and that Ibadan is Oyo, which is not true. I mean, is Oyo in Ibadan? Of course. But the other groups in Ibadan, of course. Say no, that they are Oyo, and they rose without bowing to either Alafi or Oni. I mean, I found it funny. You know, when you speak like that in public, no matter your intention, it just comes off very wrong. Even when you're correct, and in this case, it wasn't even totally correct. But that's not to say that it was totally wrong. Of course, there was merit to what the person was saying. Anyway, I just saw it and go call me, but but here's the funny thing. Some people now went there and said, "No, you can't talk like that. That you didn't bow to Alaafin." And the person, "We did not bow. We bowed. We didn't bow." EBT is not your bad day. Listen. Say you talk for me about then talk about this surface. You know what usually makes me happy? Let me tell you what funny thing. When I was doing that joke of that exchange, it was quite funny. It's not a joke, but it was funny. When I was reading that exchange, something that came to me, it was a passage I had read in the book that I mentioned earlier by Sibibaji Akintoye, where he was talking about what happened in 1886 when Henry Higgins visited Oyo and he met the Alaafin. At that time, Ife was going through the worst thing that could happen to Ife. The worst. I mean, it couldn't get worse than that. The town had been sacked. People had fled the town. You see, these are things that they're painful, but I love it. I love the fact that it's history, and I was also recorded. That's the worst Ife ever got to, right? People were displaced. The town was empty. Well, not empty, but deserted. People were still there, but deserted essentially. And then when Erengis went to Oyo, the Alaafin said to him that, you see, that place, that is our origin. That's our source. And as long as it is left like that, the world will spoil. That's what he said, his words. Ayabaje said the world will spoil. You know what, I think since I've mentioned it and I've not read anything since we started, I'm going to read this one. And I'll tell you why I'm reading it in a bit. Give me a second. Now to find that book, Nishabai. Mambo. Let me read to you. In 1886, British agents visiting the Yoruba interior were told by the Alaafin of Oyo that the Ifes were the fathers of all, and all people came from Ife. I'll tell you that again. In 1886, British agents visiting the Yoruba interior were told by the Alaafin of Oyo that the Ifes were the fathers of all, and all people came from Ife. When they say all people, they're not saying all Yoruba people came from Ife. They're saying all human beings came from Ife. You know what? Let me go back just a bit. I always go back just a bit to give you context. This is what Indira said. Indira said, Ife is famous as being the seat of idolatry. All the multiple idols of this part of the country are said to emanate from the town. From there, the sun and moon rise, where they are buried in the ground. And all people of this country, and even white men, spring from the town. That's what a missionary said in the 1850s. But this is 1886 now. And at this point, by the way, before 1886, in 1882, Reverend Samuel Johnson, who wrote the book, The History of the Yoruba, he finished that book in 1897. It was published in 1921. In 1882, he was in Ibadan. Ibadan people told him that Ife was the place where all nations of the earth have sprung from. I'm going somewhere with this. This is not to say, Ife is great. That's not the point. Just stay with me. The Ibadan people, the Ibadan elders, the Ibadan chiefs told Reverend Samuel Johnson, an Anglican missionary and son of Yoruba freed slaves who had returned to Yoruba land from Sierra Leone, that Ife was the place where all nations of the earth have sprung from. In 1886, British agents visiting the Yoruba interior were told by the Alaafin of Oyo that the Ifes were the fathers of all and all people came from Ife. By the chiefs of Ife at Isoya, where they and their people were camped outside the ruins of their city, that the Ife people were the fathers of all tribes, and that if they continued longer in a camp and unable to resettle the ancient city of Ile-Ife, the whole world would spoil, as they were the priests of the deities who ruled the world. And by the Seriki of the Jebu, Chief Ogun State, that even the English king can be shown the spot at Ile-Ife from where his ancestors went out. Henry Higgins, the leading British agent in this 1886 mission, summed up this information about Ife as follows. There are all manner of legends as to the wonders to be seen at Ile-Ife. The Ifes call themselves the conservators of the world and the oldest of mankind, and boast that all crowned personages in the world, including the white man's sovereign, went out originally from Ile-Ife. And it was curious the deference with which other tribes treat them, although they are at war with them. And as everyone was supposed to be a descendant of the Ifes, they looked upon all strangers who visited their town in the light of pilgrims who came, as they put it, to make their house good, in quote. That is, to pay reverence to departed ancestors. Let me stop to say something. Do you know what it will take to have people in Ibadan, in Oyo, in Ijebu, telling you the same thing about the same place? Do you know what it will feel like to a Yoruba child hearing his elders tell the Oyinbo that the Oyinbo's king is from Yoruba land? The sense of identity, the pride in knowing who that person is, knowing who you are, to the point where you see an Oyinbo man and you don't feel subservient. That you tell him that you can even show him where his great-grandfather lived. The point I'm trying to explain to you is that they had created that myth that gave, even if you call it a myth, which is what it was, but it gave them a sense of identity. And I wrote it in an article I posted last week. It answers an ontological question, a question of identity. Where are you from? Whose are you? You are from this place. This is your own. And then of course, I have so many things in my head at the same time. So that even when the place was desolate and it was in ruins, everybody still said, we've got to do something to make that place right. That's why when people insult Ife, I see Yoruba people just being childish, talking who is superior. Even when they do that, I always remember the situation at Isoya. That at the worst, they were still like, we've got to make our home right. In other words, they all felt connected to that place. You see, you don't know what that does to you until you are rootless. You have no roots. You have no sense of identity. And I have examples like that. I just don't want to mention any groups. Let me put plural. In particular. That thing is what Yoruba people had is what they had to reclaim in 1945. And say we are Egbe Omoduduwa. That was one of the basis of the things they built. They were Christians, they were Muslims, they were traditional worshippers, but they were Yoruba, and so they could build on the fact that, listen, what did Oduduwa do? He created a new structure. What are we going to do? We're going to do something similar to what Oduduwa did, and we're going to create something great. And they did it. In 2026, we are not having that conversation. We are saying who is better than who, which town is. This is not to say they didn't have that conversation back then. As a matter of fact, that was the reason for Egbe Omoduduwa. They were bickering amongst themselves, Yoruba elders, because a lot of things that happened. We were about Kiriji, which we should discuss one of these days. We had Kiriji War, we had the Magbon in 1892. We've had all kinds of wars, right, amongst ourselves. So you had this mutual suspicions, you had this thing of Eleyotomi, Mijue, all those things was there, those things were there at the time. But Yoruba people were trying to recapture their essence by saying we're going to do Egbemotutua. Now, all of this Turenchi just to say that. And Tobawandi dancing. Tony, Motiri light bulb, nobody will stop you from creating a new story. It's just that you're now going to do what your fathers did 1,000 years ago, not in 45. Not in 45. In about 1,000 years ago, that's what you will be doing. Woz, please don't do that. Don't do that. The person you are mentioning in the comment section, that's actually somebody I like. This is not, there's no rebuttal and response. What I'm saying is, why do people do this? What do you gain from this thing? I don't know. You really think I'm doing back and forth? If I really want to do back and forth, you think this I'm going to do it? I'm going to say, okay, this is what the person said, and I'm going to now break it down. That's what I would do. I'll bring out books. But again, that's not the point. The point I was trying to make, by the way, from what I said, just in case you didn't get it, is that when he said what he said, the Oyo people now took him on, even though what he was saying would have made Oyo feel good. In other words, what he was saying, and by the way, listen, was Ibadan an empire? To be fair and to be very, very clear, Ibadan was on its way to become an empire. It was essentially one. For all intents and purposes, if the Oyinbo had waited another 20 years, Ibadan would have become an empire, would have surpassed Oyo. So, get it very clear. It's not that the claims are wrong. It's the idea of we became this without bowing to either. That's the thing I'm actually zeroing on. We became an empire without bowing to Olafin or the Oni, and then the Oyo guy now came and they started having the exchange. And I said when they were having that exchange, as an Ife person, I could have gone there to say, you cannot say you did that with that Oni. Interestingly, what I got from that thing is that even when you were at your worst in Ife, people still said, that's our home. The goal is not to talk about who is superior. The goal is to ask, where is your root? The conversation today, in case you are just joining, and I've not seen these words before, so I don't know. And by the way, I'm not involved in all this nonsense about, rebuttals. If you like, do what you want to do. That's your business. The point I'm making is to talk about identity and to say that at the worst of Ife, the Yorubas who were doing well in their towns still said, guess what? That's our home. It was not a question of supremacy. It was a question of identity. It was a question of origin. And the thing the gentleman asked about earlier in the comment section, see, the thing is, if you want to build, you have to build on the foundation of the elders, right? And so what that means basically is that we don't have to rewrite our myth. I'll see if I can find this stuff I wrote about Joe. No, I'll just say it offhand. Somebody came and said, why are you always starting the story with Ojuju and everything? I said, because before him, great things were done, but when he arrived, everything pales in comparison to him. It's like what some people are trying to do with Awolowo. They're trying to look for somebody else they're going to pick up. It will not work. You can do it for the next 1,000 years. It will not work. Arabani Baba ni Abalagba ni Baba. Look for 1,000 people. Come Oyinbo Soja Wolo, come Lowo Ju Awolowo lo, come ni Oyaya Ju Awolowo lo, kò lè dàbí. The ship has sailed. Your job is to key into that, and it's not so much about what you can get from Awo. It's just about what he represents, his energy, his essence. It's the same thing for Odudua. It's the same thing for Yoruba origin story. This is where I'm going with all my Turenchi. When you begin with Odudua, you have to realize the fact that what you are beginning with has been over 1,000 years in the making. It's already settled in the minds of people. If you want to start something, you can, trust me, you can begin it. But you will not see the fruit of it and it's not a curse. It's because humans, it takes a while to create a myth. Why do you think some people in parts of Nigeria don't have a myth of origin, and they're always saying, I'm from here, you're from there, you're from here? Because they recently started creating that myth. Go to 200 years. Sorry guys, I have to mute this person. I don't know who this person is. 1 second please. I don't have time for rubbish. What was I saying? This is the funny thing. Some Yoruba people don't have sense. You know, being Yoruba does not confer wisdom on you. You're having a conversation, and because in your head, the only thing that works is A versus B. The only thing you can get out of this is somebody saying something against somebody. Let me go and get the person. Go and get the person. What was I? And it's the faceless ones. That's the funny thing. They never have a name and they never have a face. Where was I? Can anybody please remind me before the person wrote? I didn't want to read what the person wrote in the comment section because man better in here. Awo. I know it's Awo, but I was saying something specifically. Anyway, I don't seem to remember. But wait, I don't sorry in Ibola Bade. This is what that he just said. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Olumiwa and Brosoka. Thank you, OJ775. That if you begin a new myth of origin now, and by the way, that's not what the gentleman on Twitter was doing. I don't know how people are thinking. Twitter and Twitter and and interestingly, people think even that was self-deprecating. I was trying to tell you that if at its worst, then that was gone. I don't know why you keep bringing it up. But where was I really? I was talking about the fact that you want to create a new myth of origin. That people who do it, you see be at it. Because it takes a while. So the people, like I was saying, who just started creating one for themselves, you have, because of the way they were, everybody wants to assert dominance and authority. One, so they might buy into one, they might buy theory, so that our to share to will be 200 years, less than 200 years, till today in 2026, and what coloring or mobile cost of the or even so you but I mix it. I was speaking English now. I was having a conversation with someone on Facebook. A person was like, "Oh, you guys, you say, oh, do I fell from heaven?" I don't know why they always say that thing. Oh, do I fell from heaven? And by the way, let me say this: most people that say, "Oh, do I fell from heaven?" Here's the funny part: they're usually in the south. The funny thing is that their own myth of origin is a direct copy of the Oduduwa myth, but they don't know their own myth of origin. It's a direct copy. The Benis have two origin story. They are copies of the Oduduwa story. And there's nothing to be ashamed of because we saw each other as brothers anyway, so it could really matter, especially with the kings. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much, Jillings. The Igbos copied that story and came up with Eri and Nemeku descending from heaven and landing at Omambala in present Anambra State. Some people will say Aguleri, although Eri himself is supposed to be an Igala man. But the point is that when they say things like, "Oh, do I fell from everyone?" I laugh. I laugh because your people that gave birth to you, when they eventually woke up to seeing that it's important that we should have a myth of origin, they went to copy that same Oduduwa myth. But all of that to say this: when it comes to identity, when it comes to progenitor, it's not our job to create anything as Yoruba people. Our job is to build on what has been done. If you don't do it, Olamayaka wastes a life war. And I will end with this story. Years ago, I just arrived at Abuja at the time. My friend and I went somewhere in Garaki. I met a guy, and he said he wanted to write a book. True story. This was many years ago. He wanted to write a book, but he was going to create the language of the book, and that is after creating that language that he will now publish the book. I mean, apparently we're going to have to learn the language before we read the book. It's been about 20 years now. That book has not been published. Because your job as a writer is not to come and teach us linguistics. Write with what you have. In there, you can introduce new things. That's what you see with, what's this thing with lightsaber? What was that show? Very popular. What was that show? Do you remember? There's a TV show that had lightsaber. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of that show. They're popular in the US, in Hollywood. It has the characters. Star Wars. Thank you, Bumblebee. Star Wars. You could have some languages in way Toma introduce, but not that you're going to give us. Thank you, Folaris. Not that you're going to give us an entire movie that there will be no English or Yoruba or any language we understand. So you're going to create a language, and you're going to write a book. It's been 20 years now. We've not seen that book. And the reason is not because he's not capable of anything. It's because he's not building on the foundation that nature has given him. J.R.R. Tolkien did the same for... Yeah, J.R.R. did it inside the story. Not that the entire story is written in foreign language. You create the language for people inside the... So you still have to work with English language. Right? And that's what Tolkien did. You still have to work with English language and then introduce your new story or your new language within that, and then we'll gladly learn it after you have baited us with what we know. Nobody goes from unknown to known. Everyone goes from known to unknown. What we all know is our myth. We should build on it rather than trying to recreate something. And I think it's something that all of us should get. All right, having said that, let's get into today's news. All of that was to respond to a comment on TikTok. Interesting. Since I mentioned Ibadan earlier, let me tell you one good thing happening in Ibadan now. I think it's a good place to begin. Olubadan unveils Ibadan community guard. I like Ibadan news, but I can't even say I'm biased for Ibadan, to be honest, because it's the same thing for Ife, same thing for Lagos. But I always tell people I grew up in Ibadan, so I kind of like good stuff in Yoruba land generally. In Nigeria, but Yoruba land is our home, Abi. The Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja, on Tuesday inaugurated the Ibadan Community Guard to collaborate with the relevant security agencies for effective time placing of the 11 local government areas that make up the ancient city. The event also witnessed the inauguration of the Ibadan Economic Investment and Business Development Desk and the Ibadan Food Security Initiative, Gari Ibadan. The ceremony was held at the Palace of Olubadan Okearimo in Ibadan North local government area of the state. The community guard will be posted to all 11 local government areas of Ibadan land. The inauguration was necessitated by the prevailing security challenge in some of the council areas. The occasion had in attendance members of Olubadan Council, former Minister of Industry, and Yalaje Yalude of Ibadan land, Onikepo Akonde, Dotun Sanusi, and President General, Central Council of Ibadan land, Ajeniyi Ajewole, and a host of others. This is what we call kingship. Me too, so I'm going to comment section. But in Shobali, wọ ni ẹ bó ṣe ń ṣọba nìyẹn Olúbàdàn yìí bó ṣe ń ṣọba rèé ẹ pé máa wá ta lójú nǹkan wọn kan ń bàjẹ́ ládùúgbò yẹn rí nǹkan ṣe sí ẹ wá supremacy. This is how to do things. I'm looking at a picture right now of different of the guards. They've recruited people already. This is quite interesting. Young men and women. It's quite nice. Me, I'm proud of this, and I think other kings should work with the politicians to create something like this in their local spaces. Of course, Dr. Badru says Ladoja was a governor. He has the experience. See, here's the thing. I don't think all kings will do the same thing, to be fair. I don't think all kings have to do the exact same thing. So your personality, your experience, your exposure, everything will inform how you will handle things in your domain. You know what? I'm going to play you something from that event. So, but let me finish that thought. Your personality, your experience will determine how you handle things in your domain. But the thing that has to be sacrosanct is the welfare of your people. Àwọn èèyàn tó ń jọba lé lórí, torí tí ò bá séèyàn ọmọ ẹ̀ka ìjọba lórí ìkoròfo, àwọn èèyàn tó ń jọba lé lórí kí n wá ṣe kí ló lè ṣe tó jẹ́ kí ìgbé ayé wọn kó tún dáa sí. And this, I think, is a very, very good one. I'd like to take a listen to something from that event. Give me a second. And there are some politicians that in attendance. 1 second, please. Oh dear. All right, take a listen to this, please.
What we have here today is just a community police that is being established by the Yoruba to complement all the efforts of government, because Yoruba say there is no way a stranger will know the grave rage of a blind man if there is no insider, and it's only people who are in that will be able to tackle such problems. Thank you very much. And the advice that we give our people who are on the street is to cooperate. All Magajis, Bales have been advised to cooperate with the security outfits. And if there's any bad eggs among them, they should be flushed out. Thank you.
All right, that's Senator Sharafuddin Ali, the inauguration of the community guard for the security of Ibadan. Fantastic news, right? Ibadan community guard. Still in Oyo State, ilé kábíyèsí ọ̀dọ̀ kábíyèsí láti máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tòní. The present speaker of the House of Assembly of Oyo State, Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, had an outing where he spoke to, I don't know if I should call them, just call them stakeholders. I was going to say grassroots politicians, but let's just say stakeholders in Oyo State. Take a listen to what he has to say.
Mo ní capacity láti fi di governor. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé pẹ̀lú àtìlẹ́yìn àti ìrànlọ́wọ́ yín ó máa ṣeé ṣe, mo mọ̀ yẹn. Mi ò dẹ̀ ní tó, because nǹkan tó jẹ mí lógún jù ni pé 2027. Èyí ni the first thing tó wà lọ́kàn mi pé 3.0 must emerge in 2027. Ìyẹn wà sacrosanct. Wọ́n fẹ́ ni o, wọ́n kọ́ ni o, wọ́n lè máa ṣe wèrè tí wọ́n ṣe l'Abuja ni o. Wọ́n ti nǹkan tí mo mọ̀ tó dá mi lójú ni pé omi tuntun 3.0 máa wáyé ní May 2027. So for that reason, ní agbára Ọlọ́run, ní agbára Ọlọ́run, for that reason náà ni mo á sọ pé okay, mo wá wo gbogbo àwọn other candidates náà tí wọ́n tún jáde fún ipò gọ́vnọ̀ yìí. Wọ́n sọ pé in order láti fi buttress effort ọ̀gá wa pẹ̀lú family PDP wa ní gbogbo Ọ̀yọ́ State, ó yẹ kí èmi náà ní nǹkan tí mo fi lè contribute sí nǹkan tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí. A lè máa wòran nǹkan tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí gbogbo wa náà lájọ ní mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé pẹ̀lú báyìí gbogbo ẹ̀yin leaders wa pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ wa ní throughout the whole state nínú ẹgbẹ́ PDP wa yìí kò sí candidate tá a máa mú jáde tí ò ní borí ìbò ní 2027 mo mọ̀ yẹn but the only way tá a fi lè wà successful ni pé tá a bá ti lè wà united reason tí a fi dìde pé a ní láti lọ sí gbogbo àwọn constituencies wa káàkiri ní gbogbo Ọ̀yọ́ state láti fi unite ara wa láti fi unite ẹgbẹ́ láti fi ní one common purpose láti fi ensure pé omi tuntun 3.0 under my leadership tí Ọlọ́run bá kan ọbẹ̀ mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run ti gbọ́ àdúrà wa náà under the leadership of Right Honourable Adebo Edward Ogudoyin ó dá mi lójú pé a máa rí ìjọba yẹn ṣe ní agbára náà.
So I saw this online today and people were complaining. Interestingly, without having to say what they were complaining about, you can already see it in the comment section here as well. Sorry, Fred Mark Pazoroke, Kobe Lori, YouTube, will the Ibadan community guards work hand in hand with Amotekun and MPF separately? They can't work separately. They can't work separately. They're going to work, in conjunction with already established security outfits. And that will be Nigerian Police Force, NSCDC, Securities, Civil and Defense Corps, and Amotekun. I show Mr. Latunde on Facebook. But I borrowed it. Nǹkan táwọn èèyàn complain pa ẹ̀ mo mọ̀ ṣe ń sìn yìí nǹkan tó ń complain pa ẹ̀ lẹ́yìn náà kọ sínú comment section ẹ̀ tá a mọ̀ sí abala àríwísí. It's Yoruba and I noticed what people were saying, but before I tell you what I think about it, I think you also have to acknowledge growth. It wasn't as good as this before. And people were not even talking about the substance of what he was saying, but the fact they were talking about how he was saying it. And let me play you something from a while back, just to show you that growth it has grown. Take a listen to this.
Ìgbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ mi ò lè sọ Yorùbá èmi náà ẹ̀yin náà lẹ́kọ́ mi Yorùbá yìí tí mo sọ ẹ máa gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ lágbára náà by this time next year èmi náà máa pòwe náà lágbára náà.
So I played that just to tell you that it wasn't as good as in thing one complaint things up kiniko. Can you imagine that right now I'm actually code mixing? I think it's code mix so. Anyway, the point is a lot of people are complaining about the fact that it's code mixing, he's speaking English and Yoruba and he's not sounding like a proper Yoruba person. I play that not because I'm supporting his politics or I don't know so much about what he plans to do for his people, so I can't really say. But I just want people to also give grace. Intimo Jekagbon say what if what we just listened to, right? That was from 2019. Okay. And I see you in the comment section. I'm acting as if I can't see. Someone saying that is it like the person from Guinea? Even GRV is better now. I think I saw a video somewhere. I'll see if I can find it again. I'll play it for you. GRV not in so you by there. The point is, I think people should number one understand that your concerns are valid. Anybody that's going to be living in Yoruba land should be able to speak Yoruba language. And by the way, if you're a parent, please speak Yoruba to your kids, your children. let them understand Yoruba language. Because it doesn't matter. It does matter. So I think they've also gotten the memo, the politicians, and they read out, oh, I don't think Yoruba, that's not even going to work anymore. So I think they got the message. But I think there's also that part where we also have to appreciate growth. So if, for instance, we were speaking like that in 2019, and right now is able to at least use a few more words, although I'm not a fan of code mixing, but I also want to appreciate growth. I'm doing that side. People know, I don't know why. I just don't feel like it's right to say, oh, but you're bad and all of those things. Let's try and also appreciate growth. And since I said that, let me play you something from another guy in Lagos. And yes, what you say in the comment section is true. His mom is from the southeast, but he has not said he doesn't think in Yoruba. So we'll see how that goes. Let me play something from another person like that in Lagos. Take a listen.
Thank you for mentioning historical perspective. So I'm just gonna give it out to you straight. So number one, I'm sure you must have heard about the Yoruba language bill Ambode tried to pass in 2018. Are you still going to make Yoruba language the lingua franca of Lagos? That's number one.
I will not be in favor of making Yoruba the lingua franca of Lagos. Right? I will not do that.
Am I the only one who has lost Badibo?
No, same.
Ogun ti wọnú
I
discussion
guess the Orishas of Lagos took it personal.
That I will not be. I feel that Lagos has a lot more problems than making Yoruba the lingua franca of the state. And I say this because Lagos State has, yes, it shares a filial relationship with Yoruba land. It does. We have a culture of openness, of welcoming, and that's what made Lagos the center of excellence. It was not by your tribe or by the language that you spoke, it was by your excellence, because the people in Lagos were extremely exposed very, very early. And that's also tied into the fight for freedom. The quality of people, educated minds that lived in Lagos could then challenge the British and say enough is enough, we want our independence. Long before Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe and all those people got on the bandwagon. You had the Henry Carrs, you had the Ajassas, you had the Adeni Jones. All of these people were revolutionary in their thinking, in their openness, in their exposure. Right? It's very difficult to have your mind, what's the word? To have your mind increased or extended and to be able to go back into the rigid structure of being a bigot, right? But what I'm saying is Lagos has its own culture.
I mean, you don't have to be a very smart person to know that was absolute hogwash. Has a filial relationship with Yoruba. Filial or filamentini. It's not about filial, it's Yoruba land. Cosmopolitan is not the first cosmopolitan place, part of Yoruba land. It's just one of the latest. There have been many cosmopolitan. And by the way, it's been cosmopolitan for a while. It's been cosmopolitan before Nigeria. But it's not the first cosmopolitan part of Yoruba land. Anyway, people got angry with that, and I want to show you his growth. There's a video, maybe I'll put it out when I have this video, when it was saying Baribo nice, Baribo Ojentu, Baribo Yoruba Odomono, because of course it was saying that we're in Lagos, we now to speak Yoruba, we just have a filial relationship with Yoruba, we have too many problems and to be making Yoruba the standard, which is absolute nonsense. But to be fair, I think he has also grown. And I want to play you something from him. Maybe they've told him now that it's not just about filial relationship, but there's actually... I just want to tell you guys that what you're doing is producing results. People are getting to understand that politics is local, and you can't, find a way to reduce Yoruba to bigotry. It has gone beyond bigotry. What's bigotry in speaking your own language? Imagine wanting to be French Prime Minister, we can only speak English language because, after all, there was Norman invasion in England, so why can't you just speak English? Anyway, let's show some growth. Take a listen to the same guy.
Orúkọ mi ni Gbádébọ̀ Revival, mo díje fún ipò gómìnà ní ọdún 2023. Mo gbà yín níyànjú láti fi orúkọ sílẹ̀ lórí adcregistration.ng. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀, àdúrà wa gbà.
Ẹni tó sọ pé òun ò ṣètò, òun ló ti ṣètò tó yẹn. He's talking about ADC, that people that wants to become, governor, and people should. And he said that in Yoruba. People will learn. And I think people are getting the memo and they're getting the message. And today, for some reason, I just don't think we should bash Honorable Ogun in Oyo State, because I can see his journey. But let me say this. Number one, it's important that people are actually able to speak the language of the people they want to lead. If you can't speak their language, it means you don't care about them. Forget all this. It doesn't really matter. It matters everywhere in the world, but in the minds of clowns who call the ability of the people to speak their own native language bigotry. You have to be a clown to think that way to start with. However, speaking language is not enough. You can speak language and still be a bigot. For instance, somebody was in the comment section, it's true, Ojugo could speak Yoruba language fluently. That didn't stop him from wanting to conquer Yoruba land and occupy Yoruba land with Biafran forces. It's a letter he wrote in August of 1967 to Victor Banjo. His Biafran forces will occupy Yoruba land for as long as they deem it fit. This is the person who spoke Yoruba. Azikiwe could speak Yoruba very fluently. As a matter of fact, he even won an election in 1951 representing Lagos in Ibadan Regional Parliament. Western Regional Parliament, but it was in Ibadan. But that didn't change the fact that he had a problem with the fact that Yoruba were having Egbe Modudua in Yoruba land. Right? However, the real thing, and it's the name of one organization that they're actually doing well, Think Yoruba. It's important to think Yoruba first. And I'm not talking about the organization, but I like the fact that they also use that name. The point is, that's actually the core of the conversation. In other words, you are grounded in your identity, in your being. You're not downplaying your identity because you're trying to sound cosmopolitan. Why? Because you're actually cosmopolitan because of your identity. So when you mention Erika Ajasa, of course those people existed and they did fantastic stuff. But guess what? No matter whether he likes it or he doesn't like it, or the people that are doing I will always the father of everybody. It is what it is. Anyway, I just thought that today we should celebrate growth, and I'm actually glad that GRV is doing this, is able to at least it's good. It shows that people are learning, and we should also celebrate growth. I hope it does more than this, shall. How can you be in your 40s and you're able to speak your mother tongue? Okay, to be fair, you may have grown up abroad, but these guys grew up in Nigeria. They grew up in Nigeria. But to be fair, once you bow, ṣe ń ronú ọgán ní main thing. Nọ́mbà bẹ́ẹ̀ sì sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí, nọ́mbà bẹ́ẹ̀ sì èròǹgbà wọn, nọ́mbà bẹ́ẹ̀ sì sọ èròǹgbà wọn kò ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú bí ìgbà tó yẹ pé wọ́n fẹ́ kí àwọn ẹlòmíì kan gbárùkù tì wọ́n gan jù àwọn ará ilé lọ. It's like adaranta má daranlé. In other words, they are concerned about pandering to others to make them feel like, oh, you belong, without necessarily taking care of the people at home. And to make it very clear, The Yoruba people that always say we are sophisticated, we don't care about those things, they're in the minority. If you're a politician, you better get it. Last election, that's how somebody went to carry speaker, took it to the market, and played some of the things that people said on Clubhouse. You know Clubhouse? I don't know if you know Clubhouse. I mean, it's like Twitter space now. Where was the in thing during COVID? Last election, I can't be speaker. So we can speak English. I mean, we're polished, aren't we? But beyond all that, politics is very local. At some point, local becomes local. I know people get the message. Anyway, let's move on from there. So we visited Oyo State and Lagos State. Let's go to Ogun State now. Something really cool happened last week. Did I put that image up here? What Dumisha? There's an image I really, really, really liked. And I would like to put it up. Maybe while this thing is playing, I'll put it up. Talori photo Babasanjo at the President Tinubu. Are. Sorry, by the way, before we move on, someone is asking, you know what, this is what we're going to be doing. I'll just stop after every news to actually speak because it looks like I'm missing what people are saying. Anon mandate, how are you sure Chinedu has any affinity with Yoruba heritage? Time will tell. I'm not sure, and I don't support him, but let me make it very, very clear. I don't support. I don't. It looks like Lagos. It looks like the gubernatorial candidate for Lagos State will be the present deputy governor, Obafemi Hamzat. I'll pick him 1,000 times over GRV, just to be clear. But I can also acknowledge the growth in GRV. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not supporting. I can't support. It's like asking me that if Peter Obi begins to speak Yoruba now, will I support him? I'll just appreciate the fact that I can speak Yoruba. That's it. It's about Shewa. So let's go on to the other stuff, okay? Akado says, I'm more concerned about his Igbo mindset. It is well. And you should be concerned, to be clear. You should be concerned. So I respect your concern. All right, I was talking about the iconic, like somebody just wrote in the comment section, the iconic image. I will, if you don't mind, please give me like 10 seconds. I want to put up that picture. Mombojo. Okay, thank you very much for staying tuned. Let me show you that picture I was talking about. I think this picture, it goes hard, like it's really, really good. And out of respect, I am going to stay out of this frame. I hope you can see everything, Sha. Ridada. What to say there? What's in my share? I need you to see that picture because I'm actually very proud. It made me very proud to be a Yoruba man. I'll do something to make it clearer. Last weekend, the president was in Ogun State. And everywhere was, the conversation everywhere was about I wish I could make you guys see it. But you guys have seen the picture now. You've seen where Baba was bowing down. Okay, someone said I saw it. We are seeing it clearly. No, you are seeing Baba, but you can't see Ashwaju. What then do me? Okay, I found a way around it. I found a way. Give me one more second. I mean, just 5 seconds. I'll show you a better one. No, this works better. Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to. This is what I was trying to get you to see, and I'm glad you can see it now. So this picture went viral over the weekend, and was I glad? Beautiful, beautiful stuff. The former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, showing deference to the current president. That's because of position, apparently. And the president showing reverence to an older man. And man, that's what being an Omoluabi means. Respect. Robin Black says it's all over social media, except you live under the rock. You must have come across it one way or another. Yes, who knows? Maybe somebody came from under the rock. It's possible that some people may not have seen it. Anyway, I like that picture. I thought I was going to share it, and it made me proud. Very proud. Very, very proud. And I mean, you know the history between them. You know how things have been, and to see that happen is actually delightful. I just like to share. Having said that, let's get back to the news. But that was good. Very good. All right. That was actually sentimental. But let's get back to other things. Something that happened at the inauguration. One of the things that happened was the Senate president having the opportunity to speak, and he spoke brilliantly. And I'd like you to take a listen to Senator Godswill Akpabio. Take a listen, please.
In the morning, Mr. President, I want to thank God that you are here today. It's not only in United Kingdom that you'll be talking with the King and the Queen about development in that area of the world. Now we are in Ogun State. I told you I came here first. I saw 16 billion worth of investment along this road, not Agbara. They have left Agbara. The new industrial area is along the road here, along this Abeokuta road. I can only say congratulations to the governor and congratulations to all the governors of Nigeria who are doing so well. And we look forward to coming to your state. May God Almighty bless Governor Akpabio and his administration. And may God bless the president who believes in true federalism for releasing money to the states. And the states are consistently saying that they are happy with the president because they no longer have money to pay salaries, they don't have money to do all these projects you are saying. If you listen, you will not hear where they said, we went to Soso Bank. All they are saying is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made this possible. He released money as and when due, and the parliament is very proud of you. We shall continue to partner with you for this to happen. Thank you, and God bless all.
I think one beautiful thing from that speech was when he acknowledged that there's a lot going on, that Remo corridor, to Remo Abeokuta corridor. It wasn't just about Agbara, which is actually quite good. And it's nice when people are able to acknowledge, the growth. Especially, a lot of things are happening in Ogun State. A lot of things are happening in Southwest generally, but let's focus on Ogun State for a bit. The airport, Air Peace was talking about how they're going to commence flight operations from Gateway International Airport. Lots of great stuff happening. I'd like you to listen to the president. He also spoke, of course, during that inauguration of the international airport. Take a listen to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The party votes, members of APC, I won't forget you. You gave me one of the largest votes. That's why the hand.
Well, was referring to, excuse me. Was referring to the last election, but this was when he arrived the airport. I'm going to put this video, all these videos, I'm going to put them out when we put the video itself out. Take a listen to this, please. So there's a video I'm looking for, but I can't see it at the moment. So I'm just going to read to you part of the things that the president the statement he put out. So it says here, I returned to Ogun State today with a full heart. What I saw in Ikperu is the kind of progress we must insist on as a nation, quite deliberate and built to last. The Gateway Cargo Airport stands as proof of what is possible when vision is matched with discipline. As I said, our investment is about our people. Today's foundation is for tomorrow's prosperity. I acknowledge Governor Dapo Abiodun's focus. I acknowledge Governor Dapo Abiodun for his focus and consistency. Development is not about noise. It is about decisions that improve lives. From the aircraft launch today to the electric bikes, tractors, and security assets, this is what progress should look like. Practical, real, and visible. Development must touch every level, and I am pleased to see that principle taking shape in Ogun State. Our renewed hope reforms are not abstract. They have provided more resources for subnationals and are creating room for states to act and deliver. Many states, including Ogun, are rising to the moment. We will stay the course. We are building for people and we are building for prosperity. As they say in Ogun, Ishaya, I say Ishenlo, the work continues. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Fantastic stuff, right? And of course, you also listened to the Senate President earlier. The government, they are able to do all these things without saying things like we borrowed from this state or from this bank or the other bank. They are doing well, right, with their allocations, and it's good to see things like this happening. The president also commissioned a new customs service hub, which is a complete ecosystem with barracks, training college, a warehouse, and hospital. We should celebrate this, by the way. Our governors are doing well. There's much more commercial. We have to acknowledge them. There's a particular video I'm looking for. If I find it, I'll play it maybe later, where the president was talking about when he was greeting people. But we're glad to see what's happening in Ogun State. What I'm going to do is the news so I'll bring people up at some point and then we'll continue because we're going to finish everything at the same time. But since we are still on Ogun State, let's listen to just a few more stuff from that event and then we'll move on to other things very soon. Take a listen to the governor of Ogun State, Governor Dapo Abiodun.
Mr. President, may I remind you also that this is the state where you prophesied a Milocon. I beg you. You gave me the title Eléyìí Ọ̀kọ́lọ́mọ and also called me Òyìnbó. Where is the gift, please? As I wait for the gift, I want to thank you all for listening to me. I want to wish all of you journey masses to your various destinations. God bless you all. God bless Ogun State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I kind of like how people can spin things, how Eléyìí becomes something really cool, even though at the time people said, oh, we won't get Eléyìí, and so on and so forth. That's maturity. And we're going to listen to a few more things now to the governor and then to Baba Obasanjo himself. Take a listen to the president first and Baba Obasanjo. Listen to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, please.
Today, we're virtually commissioned the project. This airport today, we're virtually commissioned the project. This airport is separately connected to independent power through our investment in gas and energy. The other projects that have been virtually commissioned is the reward of great commitment. Therefore, thank you very much. God bless you. You work harder. Development must touch every level. I am particularly pleased with the mobility, the security, and the agricultural initiatives unveiled today. The commissioning of 1,000 electric bikes is a smart response to modern transportation needs, embracing technology rather than fossil fuel to improve daily life. I take note of that. The development of additional vehicles strengthen our resolve to protect lives and property. We will win over banditry and terrorism. I gave you the assurance that we will invest more in our people. Thank God for our youths. They are committed, brilliant, and working hard. Nigeria, our country, is resolved to be great and is on the path of greatness once again. Thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
That was brilliant. Nothing else to add. Just glad to have leaders like this, and we pray that everything they're planning to do for the country, especially when it's talking about curbing banditry and also engaging the young people, the youth, we pray that they'll be able to accomplish their dreams, because it's important that those things are actually done. He says development must reach every level. I assure you that we will continue to invest more in our people. Nigeria is resolved to be great and is firmly back on the path of greatness. That's actually quite nice. Now to former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Baba also was at the event. Take a listen.
The citizen of Ogun State. Well, I couldn't dispute that. So, Mr. President, I am here to welcome you on behalf of all all this and to thank you for doing all the honor. Not only doing all the honor, but making the sacrifice.
Someone wrote here on TikTok that doesn't mean I will not support Toby. It's not really about that. See, here's the thing I think we should tell ourselves. Everybody doesn't have to support Tinubu, but everybody must understand respect. That's the important thing. It's okay to go against Asiwaju, in my opinion, even though I support him. I don't think every Yoruba person has to. I hope everybody does, but if you choose not to support him, that's fine. As long as you don't go around the place shouting, "You are after my life, you hate me," these your people. Tinubu has not done anything. When you begin to talk like that, I know that the person is actually Ero Yaban, Ero Aro. So but carrying your car money, so much as we DJ to $1, we can still compete, but we can respect ourselves. And so the important thing is that mutual respect and the honor, and it's something that we can all learn from. So whether he supports Obi or not, I don't think is even the point. I hope he supports Tinubu in the next election, but regardless of what he does, that particular moment, I think, is something to celebrate. And this was where the president himself unveiled the new state-owned airline, Gateway Air. The place is a cargo facility, so they're going to be moving a lot of things. All this industries and factories in Ogun State, they have to put, if you want to, fly things, it's going to be very easy for them to access that cargo airport. And this was where the president unveiled the airline, Gateway Air. Take a listen.
Today, I dedicate the airport and commission it for the operation the Gateway Airport in Ogun State. God bless. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the commemoration and launching of Gateway Airline aircraft, constructed and procured by Prince Davor Adeda's administration on Saturday, 4th April 2026. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn àjọṣepọ̀
Ishaya Omohuku. I like your anthem, by the way, from Ogun State. I think, let me not get people jealous. Let's just say it's one of the best anthems ever. Ogun State anthem. I'm not from Ogun State, but I love Ogun State anthem. I think it's one of the best. I'm using it as one of the best because I don't want my bias to show. But for many years, Ogun State anthem was the only Yoruba anthem I knew, and I was not even living there. But I think it's beautiful. But thankfully, all states have now. In fact, towns also have anthems, which is good. Ibadan has its own anthem. I love Ife anthem. Ife anthem is beautiful. Abeokuta has its own anthem. All the states have their own anthems. But I like Ogun State anthem. It's really good. Orin yẹn máa ń jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe bákan. Ẹni tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ Ògùn, you guys are blessed. It's actually quite nice. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ògùn, ẹ ṣe kiri, iṣẹ́ pọ̀ fún wa láti ṣe. Ọmọ rere kì í ṣàṣẹ, ọmọ Ògùn kì í ṣọ̀lẹ. You're from Ogun State, and I did not know Ogun State has anthem. How many people here? I think it's one of the oldest anthems. Abeokuta also has own anthem. There's also Abeokuta. Abeokuta has anthem. Ogun State has anthem. It was when I went to school that I discovered that there was an Ife anthem. I mean, because I went to school in Ife, so eventually I was like, oh, okay. But most towns have anthems, but you should please look for it. You can find it online. I could even sing it, but you'd have to pay. But seriously, look for it. It's a beautiful, beautiful anthem. The scale they use is beautiful. The words, everything is perfect. So yeah, listen to it, and I'm glad they're working. Ogun State. Ibadan, yes, Ibadan, Ilu Ori Oke, Ilu Ibukun Oluwa. Someone says I'm addicted to Ife anthem. Okay, thank you. Now I feel good. But I mean, Ife anthem is also sweet. Kill anthem, I'm not quite saying Kill anthem, Abeokuta no. Ori Oke òun pẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀, ibẹ̀ la gbé bí mi sí o. Ibẹ̀ la gbé tọ́ mi dàgbà o, ilẹ̀ òmìnira. Máa yan lórí Olúmọ. That's Egba anthem. Win somehow, we're in the spirit together. Yes, that's Egba anthem. Egba people actually Tonfe Shako one rakoshe. I think thanks to Dawood Bifela's grandfather actually helped a lot in helping them standardize the music. Good stuff. So Abeokuta Ogun people generally, whether you're Egba or Yewa or Ijebu or Remo, Ogboyin, Ekari, beautiful anthem. I just love your anthem. Okay, I love your state anthem too. I think your state anthem is actually quite nice. But to be honest, I didn't know your state anthem until less than 10 years ago. So I grew up with, maybe the reason I feel like this about the Ogun State anthem is because I grew up listening to it on OGTV. You know, Bawa, Baisi, Bawa, Baisi, and so I think it's maybe it's just nostalgia, but I just love it. Kini anthem or your state? No. He shared from the one Moronti to Southwest here. Kini anthem or your state to Aṣíwájú ni wá, Aṣíwájú ni wá, Aṣíwájú ni wá, Aṣíwájú ni wá, ipò Aṣíwájú lélẹ̀. One of these days we should do a session. I want to play all the anthems. Maybe we should even do it today. I said I was going to do it one day like that. I listened to Ekiti anthem. Those guys are good. I originally Arabic Kyokere. I only àwọn kan tó ṣe o. Okay, we need to expose ourselves. You know what? Why not just do it now? What do you think? Let's do it now. We'll take a break. Today is Matters Arising. We're going to get into all those things. And by the way, there's something I want to talk about. Mi ò tí fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀. Irú ọ̀rọ̀ dídìrín tí ọkọ̀ sọ last week tó pé Abacha dájú nàdẹ́ kò lọ. Àyè máa sọ yẹn o. Torí kọ́lọ̀ mi sọ pé nìyẹn dídìrín ní ọ̀bọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ dídìrín lẹ́ni ẹ̀ sọ. Kọ́lọ̀ ń ṣàánú gbogbo wa. Kọ́lọ̀ ń fún wa ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye. Torí kò sí ayé lọ́run tí ọ̀yẹ́ máa gbọ́n. Tálánú gbà. Tá sọ pé Abacha dájú nàdẹ́ kò lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n máa wá síbẹ̀ yẹn. Ẹ ká kọ́kọ́ gbọ́ àwọn anthem ká kan tẹ̀ fi akọ̀ máa sọ ni ká tiẹ̀ gbọ́. You know? No, let's not do it there because I might be out today. I'm going to just play some anthems. I want you to just feel the pride of being Yoruba. I love being Yoruba. Okay. So there's towns and then there's states. Prof ní dídìrín ní jàre mi ò mọ̀ bóyá dídìrín ni o ṣùgbọ́n wàhálà ọ̀rọ̀ dídìrín pátápátá gbà ní arákùnrin yẹn sọ kí wọ́n má tẹ̀lé faraba tí kan bá tẹ̀ ń jọ lára wàá fi lélẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe jùàjùà sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ òmùgọ̀ a máa sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣùgbọ́n a máa sọ̀rọ̀ yìí léraléra ṣùgbọ́n àti ìfarabalẹ̀ ká tẹ̀ gbọ́ ọwọ́ ṣe máa ń dún so ẹ ká gbọ́ díẹ̀. All this thing doesn't have copyright though. Ogun State. sùúrù. Àwọn gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa ń tún àwọn orin kọ. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ bá fi sílẹ̀ bó ṣe wà tẹ́lẹ̀. Gbogbo. My boy, I'm looking for the old one, the one I grew up with. This one is good though, but in traffic that bag is intelligence but it's not bad though. Again, I apologize. I'm just used to that one. Let's listen again.
Ìṣẹ́yà Elédùmarè iṣẹ́ máa yá o.
You people, Emma Baje. This one is not good. The one from OG. This one is one from OG TV now. This is OG TV. This is the best. Oh, you want to hear this one? Oh, okay. When come I say Amulu Malamo. That one is good. Okay, you know what? Let me forget the fact that I used to like one. Just listen to this one and be blessed. That's good. Not used to this, but I think it's good as well. What if you're ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ oyin àti adùn àti oríṣiríṣi sínú ẹ̀? It's very nice, very nice. So that was Ogun State Anthem. Somebody says Oshun. So let's just spend the next few minutes listening to different, stuff from different states. At least I'm not too far. More Ẹkáàbọ your state. Ẹkáàbọ your state. Can we have the OGTV once, please? Emma lo boy later ni o. Ẹ ká share ọkàn ní state kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ní ìpínlẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan. And to béèrè, I'll bring you up soon. Let's just enjoy stuff from the Southwest. This one is Oyo State Anthem. Take a listen. Tiffany, my playing later. I'll play that later. It just played automatically, but I'm going to play that later. Let's do Oyo first. Oyo State. ẹ wò gbogbo àwọn kíní modern thing yìí ẹ ká kọrin tá a mọ̀ jàre ẹ má bínú o kò mọ́ mi lára ni o. By the way, the person who did this work, I'm very sure it's really nice. So it's very nice. It's just the one that I'm used to that I'm looking for. But you know, I don't think it's fair. It's not fair to the person. In case they listen to them, okay, ṣé kò dáa. Ó dùn ẹ ká gbọ́tán. Ẹ jẹ́ àgbọ̀tán, tàbá gbọ́tán máa ṣe mí. It's beautiful. It's not bad. So also why you dey vex? I'm not vexing. It's actually good. I'm just not used to it. But let me calm down. Let me forget that I've listened to anything before. The drumming was actually very nice, you know. Eka kuku gbo ka farabalẹ̀. Kemi mo bára mi sọ̀rọ̀ sí ma farabalẹ̀, ẹ má bínú. That's good. Me, I'm used to the plain ones, but there's nothing wrong with these ones as well. That's the version that I'm actually used to. It's plain, it's simple, it's beautiful. Someone says, now waiting inspire Jagaban be this. It is well with you. Mark Milan on YouTube says, Ilori Anthem. Ilo to jina si no. Ojina si no small Aljana. I can play it for you. I'll just play one or two more, then we're done. Ekiti State, then I'll play Ife. Then we'll... Osun State Anthem is the same thing as the Southwest Anthem. No, so but let's play Ekiti Anthem. It's beautiful, by the way, very good. And then I'll play Oyo, I'll play Ife then. Ìjọba Jaguar ara o jìnnà sí náà ó súnmọ́lé jà náà bẹ́ẹ̀ máa sọ lọ́rọ̀ lọ́rin nìyẹn o. Oh yeah, just two more, Ekiti State and Ife. Take a listen to this. Ramadan Didi. Like, this is good. See, we have very good stuff, but the last one I'm playing is Ife and Devil. I can't play everything. Someone says, won't you play on Dual Anthem? This is Bigochi. I say I'm marginalizing you. Okay, I won't marginalize you. Let me just play your stage. Just the one you're asking for after this, I'm playing it.
Ìlú ọlọ́lá, ìlú
Well, I think we could but that was commercial. Now let's play the last one so we can get back to the news. Prof, you better know, say this section is for Yoruba tribes anthem. That's what it has become essentially. But let's do Ife and then we can go back to what we're discussing. And Egun Lalon, so it's good that I play. The other ones you're asking, I promise you're going to play them later. Okay? So we don't turn the entire session to Yoruba anthem session. Let's just do Ife and then we can get back to the news. Beautiful. The young ones have the modern creators have tweaked things around there, most of the songs, and well done to them. Fantastic work. Now let's get back to the news. Some say if your anthem sweet to make with the use them. Let's use the one that we'll be listening to like we just did today. Okay. So there's another conversation going on in the comment section. Someone says Oduduwa or Ramfe, but no, but is that not marginalizing Igbos? I just act like I didn't say that, but thank you. ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó ní ẹ̀bùrò ẹ̀ka sọ̀rọ̀ Ṣeun Okinbaloye has been in the news, right? He did a video recently where he made it very clear that he is not afraid and he cannot be intimidated. And that, of course, happened because of a statement made by the FCT minister. Akin says, why you can't forget Ijebu Anthem now? Mi gbàgbé mo ti play Ogun ti kó Ìjẹ̀bú àti gbogbo wọn pọ̀. Mi play Ẹ̀gbá náà. Mi play ti Yewa, mo kàn play Ogun State. So gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Ogun State, mo ti fún ilé ọkàn báwọn. Mo ti fún Ọ̀yọ́, mo fún Èkìtì. Yeah, we played Ọ̀yọ́, we played Ogun. We didn't play Lagos, Ọ̀ṣun, Ondo, because the three of them they already adopted. I think they adopted the general one, and then of course we had Ekiti. The Ekiti one had goosebumps, man. Those guys are good. Everybody is good. I mean, and of course we played Ife and Ogumosho. Somebody said I should play Ogumosho at the time. Anyway, let's get back to the news now. So I was talking about the statement that Sheon made. Let's listen to what Sheon actually said recently, then we'll go back to listen to what actually caused that statement and what the FCT minister has also said in response to Sheon's viral video. Take a listen to Sheon Okinbaloye of Channels TV.
This is Sunday Politics, live on Channels Television. I am Sheon Okinbaloye, live for you in Abuja. I've seen the comments suggesting I could have been shot for doing my job on politics today, right here on Channels Television. I sincerely want to thank civil society organizations, our viewers, for your love and your comments and your solidarity, and both local and international organizations for your swift interventions and for lending your voices. Your support is deeply appreciated and reinforces our collective commitment to truth and accountability. The fact remains that our democracy is in danger if we allow one-way traffic in balloting. This is not a warning to the opposition or to ruling party, but to all Nigerians who believe in the development of our nation. I acknowledge that Channels Television has taken steps to address this matter, and I note the ongoing reassurance from the Department of State Services, the DSS, regarding safety. I also received a call from the Honorable Minister who clarified that the intention was not as conveyed. While that is noted, it is important to emphasize that violent rhetoric or suggestive threats are never appropriate responses to dissent in a democratic society. At a time like this, particularly during an election season, clear and consistent assurances of safety are critical. We must not create an environment where such statements can be exploited by those with harmful intentions. Let me be clear, I'm not afraid, and I will never and not be intimidated. Journalism, grounded in ethics and global best practices, remains a duty to the public, not a concession to power. We may disagree, and as humans, we may err, but dissent must never descend into hostility or harm. I will continue to do what I love, asking the necessary questions, holding power to account, and working in the interest of Nigeria and its progress. If that commitment comes at a cost, so be it. Truth must endure. Thank you everyone for your love. Appreciate it.
Someone says it was been overly dramatic. When it comes to the issue of life, I think you get to say whatever you have to say to protect yourself and to make your points very clear. As somebody who almost on a daily basis receives death threats, I think it's important to speak up sometimes. I rarely speak up though. I think I did last week. It was on Thursday or Friday. Anyway, not about me. This is about Shell. So Sean, speaking of, let's not say that it was being dramatic. I think if somebody threatens you and this person, you assume the person is threatening you, or the messaging sounded as though the person was threatening you, you would want to speak up. And so I respect what Sean did. But what was it? What happened that Sean was actually referring to? Let me play you something. The entire thing, what Sean said, and what actually made people, start talking about the threats or what they consider to be threats, depending on how you interpret it. Take a listen to Sean and then the Minister of FCT. Take a listen.
What makes the race very interesting is when it's competitive. I mean, not when only one party stands in the middle of the ballot and you're looking for the rest of the political party. But I mean, when some of us talk, it looks like our mouth is smelling. Yeah, we've been on this ground for a while, and you thought that there are a lot of experienced men in the ADC. They should have seen the devil in some of the issues that have been raised over the past month. But we get one of them talking tonight about the state of the ADC, particularly. It looks like one of the only hopes of opposition going into 2027. If this hope is dashed, we are doomed, democratically speaking.
So in fact, I was surprised yesterday, thoroughly surprised, when I was watching politics today. Seun, if there was any way to break the screen, I would have shot him.
I'm coming, mother.
In fact, it will get to him. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. No, so what I'm saying. No, the point I'm saying is how you can take yourself, the interviewer, saying that we cannot allow this only one party to do. Look, I said, what is this? I'm coming, you are an interviewer. You are not telling them your own view that I can be there and make it to allow one party in this country. We will not. I was just taken aback. I know the point I'm trying to make.
Someone says Sean has always been overtly partisan. Has he? If you call Sean partisan, what would you call Rufai? To be honest, I don't like all the questions. I don't even like. I think what it does that I don't like is always playing the devil's advocate. It does that a lot, right? It's always playing devil's advocate. Shout to one say let's that kind of thing. But a lot of journalists do that, don't they? I may not like it, but I don't think that's being partisan. If you're looking for a partisan Guinea, when some says he panders, well, you could say that. But when it comes to partisanship, I don't think Sean is partisan. But I think Sean plays the devil's advocate a lot of times. And he's always saying, and people are hungry. What do people say? Even when the thing has nothing to do with the people, will find a way to put it there. So he does that a lot, But I don't think that's being partisan. I think if you're looking for partisanship, you have to go to Arise. And not everybody in Arise, to be clear, but certain, people on Arise are very, very partisan. It's quite interesting how that works, because when I was growing up in this same country we call Nigeria, well, to be fair, we only had state-run news organizations, just to be fair. But even then, for the most part, what made you a great journalist was not that you were against the government. It was that you could be unbiased, so to speak, right? So most journalists at the time would say what happened and leave you to decide. When all these things changed, what changed all these things, so in my own opinion, was CNN, Fox, CNN mostly, because most people don't watch Fox in Nigeria, but it was CNN. People discovered that news became more than informing people. It became an avenue to actually form what they think. So you have all these news shows. We didn't used to have news shows when I was growing up. Now, I don't know about you, but I didn't used to have news shows. But I think it looks to me, and I may be wrong. If you think I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. it looks to me like an evolution of something we got from the United States, where even the news reporter, right, is also almost trying to shape the public's opinion, or shape public opinion. That's what I want to say. The news reporter is shaping public opinion rather than informing the public of what is happening. That's on one hand. I think when you now get to interviews, you have some of them essentially carrying on with that, right? And you see it, of course. A very, very good example that just came to mind right now is this interview with Jordan Peterson. I think it was on BBC Channels 4. Was trying to get him. So Osha and Wabi Mate dead. And I mean, anyway, the point I'm trying to make in all of this is that I think Sheon does what journalists do. I don't like the fact that he does it too many times, where you're playing the devil's advocate. Sometimes you just listen to the person and you just take people sometimes. And this is what I noticed, by the way. I'm saying a lot of things, but hear me out. Number one, I think you should hold people to their words, right? Number two is actually what is very difficult for Nigerian journalists, to be able to ask a relevant question. And in order to do that, you must have researched what you want to talk about. And I don't think a lot of our guys you get the point. I don't think, because, and I'm not talking about Sean now. Sean here. But it's so, for the most part, it's shallow. Like, the only thing is, people are hungry. It nauseates you as the audience. Like, what are you guys talking? Can you not go deeper? Are there no researchers that actually research the work and get you to study before you talk to your guests? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it comes across as people just jump to people are hungry. And I'm not saying people are not hungry. May God feed all of us. But there are things you can actually ask that makes the person feel like, oh, this guy knows his onions. I don't think a lot of people do that, particularly on some channels. Not all, they are good journalists though. You know, if you grow up with people like Buki Ajayi and Cyril Stober and Uncle Yinka Craig and people like that, there's a bar. Omashio. I put it to you. I put it to you. It's not what it used to be. And there's nothing wrong in making things better. There's nothing wrong in evolving. It's just, anyway, back to Sheon. Sheon, speaking up, I think it's fair, because anybody, like someone said, anybody could take advantage of that to do something untoward. So, but again, it's also important to listen to the Minister of FCT when he said he was going to go through the TV. I don't know if people are saying that's not what he meant. Someone saying Wike was obviously, I'm reading on YouTube now. It says Wike was obviously kidding, but gave his enemies ammunition to use against him, showing himself is a politician. Is he? Anyway, this is what the Minister of FCT said after the whole pro. Listen to the FCT Minister and Nyesom Wike, please.
It's really unfortunate, in Nigeria, people blow everything out of context, particularly play politics with everything. Anybody who knows my relationship with him will not begin to rant. So you should understand it's a figure of speech. Now to explain how angry I was, that look, how could we descend so low as a journalist? Instead of you to ask questions, solicit answers from them, then you can now let the public know what is going on. So for me, I've spoken to him. We have no problem. I'm sure he understands everything.
I'm glad they're able to sort that out. It's difficult enough to do your work in Nigeria. Nobody should be threatening anybody do with harming them or even allowing people to assume or giving them reason to assume that that's what he meant. So I'm glad they got that sorted out. I'll bring some people up, we'll talk a bit, and then I'll go back to that Nadeko thing. We're going to be on Nadeko for a bit. So let's bring some people up to share their thoughts on all the things we've talked about. There are a few more things we want to talk about, Nadeko and some other things. But let's have some guests come up. As soon as we get up, please mute, and then we'll call on you to speak, please. Thank you. Please mute, please. If you are up, if you sent a request, please check. If you are up, please mute. So we're able to get back to the other things, right? Yeah, there's this guy, the Oba in South Africa that was talking rubbish, who also played that one. Okay, so let's have, please, 2 minutes, make it very snappy so that we can move on to our stuff. Thank you very much for your understanding. Let's start with Vodi's copy. Good evening, Vodi. Hello? Okay, maybe Vodi is not available. Let's go to Fola Rich. Good evening, Mr. Fola.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sirs. I'm hearing two people at the same time. Okay, thank you, Fola. Thank you. Let's start with Vodi. Good evening, Vodi. Are you ready to share Vodi?
Not at all, not at all. I used to do voiceover, so it's just my voiceover account. All right, so okay. Great evening, everyone. For the sharing stuff, right? I think recently I've come to realize that I don't know if it is business for media houses. I think at a point they always love somebody that can create virality or viral moments, or somebody that can create some sort of argument that will attract a lot of audience and things like that. So in the quest of doing that, they tend to do beyond what they're supposed to do, and they tend to get a little bit biased. Basically, that's what I want to talk about Sheon Walking and Rufai majorly. If you watch them, you notice that's what they do. That's one. Then number two, I have a question for you, Prof. And the question is about the whole issue of the South Africa and all that, right? So I was having a discussion with some group of friends today at work, and what I notice is that most times when we have this issue, when maybe other countries are complaining, some Nigerians always try to be smart, and what do? They come up with statistics of how Nigeria has been beneficial to the economy of the country. They begin to ask questions like, okay, all those things that these guys are saying, are they genuine? What are the statistics? What are the evidence that some particular tribe are doing this, perpetrating this? They say to the nuisance of that community. And my question is, the question I have for you is that can you recommend a book on maybe cultural integration, cultural understanding, or cultural intelligence? Because sometimes when I hear most of this thing, it hurts me, because I always put myself in the shoes of those community, the host. Because when you are hurting me, when you're bringing things and you're hurting and you're telling me that I should go and tell my government to understand how to separate legal from illegal aspirant, legal from illegal citizen and all that. Thirdly, the last one, right? It's about Yoruba dictionary. I don't know if you know anything about Yoruba dictionary. Like what body help with my dictionary that's updated, like as we are having new lexicons in IT, in internet and society generally, what Nigeria body, what Yoruba body works on that continuously? I just want to have an idea and see. I just want to have an idea about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with the first one. South Africa, I think it doesn't make so much sense when people say things like, oh, we did this for you at some point, therefore we should be able to do whatever we want to do. It doesn't make sense. Because you help people in the past doesn't mean you should be constituting nuisance in their country. And it's true that we helped them in the past, but that's not a get out of jail free get out of jail free card where you can just do anything. Like I think people should. Is there a material I can recommend? Yes, I'm actually looking for the particular name, and I think we should do a session on it. Indigenous and citizenship. There are papers actually. Looking at one written in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. But there's a particular one. It's inside here. I'll find it. This one is indigenship and citizenship in Nigeria, but this is not the one I'm looking for. Timbatiri, I'll let you know. There are materials on that, but mostly papers in journals that I have read. I'm very sure there will be books on it, but the ones I have read are journals. Give me a second, please. Download. Okay, I'll find it for you. Then I'll tell you maybe I can get it. If I find it, I'll let you know. The other one, I don't know the name of the organization, but I think they have this Yoruba Studies Association of Nigeria, Egbe Akomolede Yoruba, or Egbe Onimoide Yoruba. I know that there's Akomolede, there's Onimoide and things like that. They have their own meeting. All I know is that Ajayi Crowther gave us a dictionary Yoruba language, and that we've had academics that work in linguistics and languages who update Yoruba language. However, there's an issue that I think is not peculiar to Yoruba academics alone. I think it's a general problem in Nigeria. There's a huge gap between the gown and town. So the things that are done in universities, I don't know if it actually gets to the regular people. But I think this association, I think they are linked with educators, so they're able to teach kids in school whatever stuff they're bringing up in Yoruba language. I mean, that's how they taught us when I was in school. But I don't know much about how they operate. I don't know much about it, but I think it's something we can research and maybe talk about some other time. So I'll be giving you like something really so more cost so that I could I can what's the word now? Work on it. But what I can find now is the Egbe Onimoide Yoruba. So they are there, and I think it's a major body that's associated with that. I know the only one I know, to be honest, is Ajayi Crowther's dictionary, and that was 1843. Any other thing is what I see online, like Urban Dictionary, and some young people, young and old, right, using social media. There's a gentleman that does science in Yoruba who tries to bring in Yoruba words. There are different people are doing different things in their own spaces. But I know that some of the Yoruba don't share anymore. The Yoruba don't call your lady Yoruba gagan fúnra wọn. Àwọn yẹn máa ń ní nǹkan ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́, so they're able to actually get their thoughts across through teachers to the kids. But generally speaking, I think there's a gap that needs to be filled. But if I get more information, I will share. Thank you very much. There's another question you asked. That one. Sorry. Okay. I hope the answers are good enough. If not, when I get more information, I will share.
To everything, right? Yeah, I think you've done justice to everything. Yes.
Thank you very much. So you can look up Egbe Onimoide Yoruba. They do a lot of work on that. And I think, to be fair, so like I always say, see, àwọn èèyàn ń ṣiṣẹ́, ó kàn pọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó ń ṣe inú journal ló máa sábà parí sí. Wọ́n mọ̀ láàrin ara wọn. The people who actually do that as a career, that's their job. So they disseminate that information, but it's usually amongst themselves. They have journals they read and stuff. But the thing is to get it out there beyond the primary schools and secondary schools, to use social media to actually push those things out. And I hope that those people, the associations and all, are able to go beyond journals to actually reach people, regular people. All right. Thank you very much for that question, Vodiscopy. Let's go to Mr. Fola. Ẹkáàlẹ́.
Ẹkáàlẹ́, sir.
Ẹ ṣeun, sir.
It's me, no.
It's me, no. I say,
yeah, I do quite a lot. First of all, I want to make a comment about journalism in Nigeria now. it has become a show to trend. It's shameful, and I'm not taking any one of them out. Everybody feels you have to intimidate your audience. You have to ask them questions to feel uncomfortable. You have to be the star of the show as the interviewer. There's this the guy, everybody wants to be like that guy that interviewed the spokesman of the government.
Mehdi Hassan.
Mehdi, yes. Or they want to be like Piers Morgan. You understand? They want to be unnecessarily obnoxious so as to get information from people. And it is not a nice way to do things, because if the person you're about to ask questions is already apprehensive. I remember an interview between Rufai and Olisa Gbakoba SAN. And when he was about to say something, he said, please, I beg of you, don't do such and such and such. And these people, many of them cannot take it. When Fayoshe fired back at Rufai one time that he was passing BRT lane, which he did, and he wanted to call the governor with big hair. Now, there was a time, Dr. Abati, because he likes to be called Dr. Abati. I'm just, the Dr. Abati, if you see my hands, is in quotes. Now, Dr. Abati somebody was reporting from a foreign country, and she was reporting back, and she was saying, Ruben, on air, Dr. Abati was saying, see how you are calling my name, as if you gave me that name. And I'm like, how old was Dr. Abati at the time? Are you kidding me? Is he as old as Mr. Jones, Citizen Jones was saying? Citizen Jones is well over 70, and he asks you, when he was on radio, he will tell you when he was 67 at the time. He'll tell you, call me Jones. You understand? And Mr. Vodi, I wanted to answer a question. My time is almost up, but I wanted to answer a question. He was asking about those that perpetrate the evil. I'm not going to say much, but I want to say this. I lived in a certain part of the country, and if they tell you they have their sons in Brazil and South Africa, they know they are stuck in trade. They know they did not go there to do anything legal. They themselves will tell you that once you have a family member in Brazil or South Africa, they will do these things, and those people are frustrated. I'm not saying they should not take accountability for the things they do, but if you push these things out to our community, you have to understand the average South African. He was a fourth-tier human in his country. He was told that he could not go to university, that all he had to do was technical before the early 90s. Now the early 90s came, and all these educated black people came, and he saw the amount of confidence Nigerians exuded. It would affect him. It would affect his way of thinking. And instead of us to try to understand what he was going through, we step on them. And we say, oh, it's because you are lazy. It's because you are not doing enough. They were not given opportunity. Nobody was given opportunity for 30 years to be able to explore to their highest, to the highest level they wanted to. And so was the issue of the black Americans. When we come and say, I'm lazy, I'm lazy. No, they were segregated for almost 100 years. They were in slavery for over 400 years. You need to come to a place of understanding with them. However, many of us Nigerians, so to say, we are still under the, when Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Many of us are still under the mental slavery of the Europeans. Hence why we speak English to our children rather than our native languages. So I think as much as possible, we should try to also understand these people from where they are coming from. And to end up, I want to say we knew Wike was joking. See what he said. Let's be candid. We just blew it. He said he would have shot him through the TV. Can you really shoot someone a gun, a bullet from your TV and hit him? If we knew, but everybody just wanted to be overtly sensational about it. And please, sir, sorry I said that this was the last thing, but there's one thing I always tell people. By the grace of God, I have an opportunity to talk to people in church fellowships and others, and I used to tell people one thing. They will say the masses are suffering. I said, if you are so concerned about the suffering masses, share your salary for them now. Because the way people, the passion people now have for people, people are dying, because Mr. Bisuyi, I don't know about you, on my street, people are building houses. at my place of work, drivers that their salaries are a little above 100K. Washing bang with eja, one bang with cigar, one bang with pelebe. The way people live life in 2015, as I know, is still the way people are living it. The people it pains are the elites that don't get to, because the thing is that everybody will always find his level. Once the government increases stuff, no ma increase epa. Gari no ma increase gari. So what are we saying? It vexes me when they're saying, oh, people are hungry. Okay, I used to tell them, tell me 4 people in your life that are seriously hungry. They will now say, but the people, I say, which people do you know? Instead of pandering to this thing, and sir, if you look at the root of what they say, I had a friend I was arguing with him one day. He's Yoruba from Ekiti. And he wanted to say that Bola Tinubu was not the best option we had at the moment. I said, who should have been? He said, Yemi Oshibanjo. When he's from Ekiti, he said Oshibanjo. I said, I am ashamed of you, and Ekiti should be ashamed of you, that you cannot say Oshibanjo. I now told him something that, now this means that this thing you are saying is spewed from a propaganda channel on Twitter. Because some people have, you understand? So when they say people are hungry, I'm obitotinwa. Sure, you understand? And kudos to the governor of Ogun State. I would have just liked for them to repair the roads in Agbado instead of building the airport, sir. Though kudos, but
valid.
Thank you very much, sir.
Valid. Thank you, sir. Valid. And I like how you do your things. So we appreciate the airport, but the roads in Agbado. I think one of the challenges with Ogun State is Lagos is a blessing and almost like a curse in quote to Ogun State. Like, you don't know. So if you go and do all this thing at Agbado, you do something at Mowe, at Ibadan, all those places, you know, those kind of things. I think that is always there, and I think it's probably an issue for those who actually, you know, do the work in Ogun State. But they should fix more routes, and I hope they actually get to do those things. Thank you, T-Girl. Thank you for the sunglasses. What this copy say, Lagos or Ogun? No, it's Ogun State now. Agbado. So Agbado is Lagos, but it's also Ogun. It depends on the part you are entering.
Agbado from crossing Agbado, sir, is Ogun State. The signboard one be. Oguni. But the thing is that there are some people that they don't want to be in Ogun State, so they try to tell themselves that they are living in Lagos, but we know
exactly.
We know
exactly.
At that crossing, there is a road safety command. It is Ogun State. Now, Alagbado.
So I think that's the issue.
Alagbado is wider. But Agbado Oja Agbado crossing, Agbado junction, Ato Agbado Oja, Ogun State, the Gbogbo. Then if you now drive just a kilometer away, to Masumo Alakoko in Lagos State. So that's why it's confusing.
Àwọn ìjọba náà gbọ́ wa. Ẹ bá ṣe títí ẹ kì í sọ bí àwọn máa ń ṣe rédíò Yorùbá. Ẹ bá yìí tí Àgbàdo crossing ìròyìn ìjọba
Baba Mosu ló bẹ̀rẹ̀
Ògùn. Ẹ bá parí ẹ ṣe o. Ẹ bá máa sọ lórí rédíò nìyẹn. Ẹgbẹ́ ìjọba ẹ bá ṣe o. Àmọ̀kọ́ bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ náà lẹ̀ ń gbọ́. Ìjọba tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ràn àwọn aráàlú nìyí. Bọ́yá ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé títí wọn ò dá ẹ bá wọn tún títí wọn ṣe o. Ẹ ṣe o. Àmọ̀ rí ń bá o. I'm quite good. I'm feeling myself. Anyway, someone wrote in the comment section that the Bible says that you always have the poor amongst you. I think this poor rhetoric is, the word that came to me is actually quite harsh. I think it's juvenile. Like, it makes no sense. There will always be poor people. By the way, this is not to say you should do things to below and presidency in sin. So your subsidy, and you gbọ́ pé kíní kan your subsidy yanja ó ti máa yí padà. Will still be. The point is, the government needs to take care of poor people, but the government does not exist for poor people. It exists for all citizens. So the government has to take care of all citizens. And our prayer is that we'll be able to help the poor around us, and that the government will also do things to help the poor. But to use the poor as a crutch in every political conversation, I think it reeks of, I don't know. Every word coming to me, these words are not good. That's why I can't. It's like a person who cannot apply themselves to think. In other words, once you shout, "Poor people are hungry," that's the end of your argument. It's childish. It's childish. And someone says someone is hungry. Politicians who were in power a few years ago are shouting that people are hungry. Did they think about people being hungry when they were in power? And you see folks on Twitter saying, "Yeah, people are hungry." Are you hungry? Somebody said that thing to me the other day, saying people are hungry. Anybody that's supporting Tinubu is because they're getting something from it. I was like, can you not just have a conversation as an adult? So I was like, when are you going to grow up? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're a child. Are people suffering? Yes. Should they be taken care of? Yes. Should the government do more? Yes. All the things you're talking about? Yes. Is that the end of the conversation? No. Oh, because everybody is poor now. I mean, not everybody. I'm not poor. Because people are poor, oh, let's put back subsidies. Because people are poor, let's go back to what it used to do, what it used to be before Tinubu. Because every time you get Tinubu, there's something paining you. And what is paining you is not that the economy is bad. What's paining you is that your Messiah did not win. Everybody will be all right. But back to the counting power. I don't share radio at television. Share ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn. Ẹjọ́ mute ẹjọ́ I'll call on you please. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn aláìníkan ṣe lọ́pọ̀ jù ní wọn. Just trying to be contrarian. Not that they know anything better than what they're saying. They just want to appear to be different and be contrarian. And if that's the goal, I don't even think that's journalism. But it referred to two interviews. I'm going to play them. One with Agbakoba, SAN, and one with former governor of Ekiti State. Let's start with. So I'm going to play those ones very quickly, and then I'll have the next person come up. Let's have Barrister Agbakoba. Take a listen, please.
First person, not. Okay, so a couple of things. I get your point and I get your arguments, but I also have disagreements with you, and I'm going to highlight them. And I'm happy you talked about debt capital. Before you started talking about debt capital, the first person.
No, before you start, let me just Rufai, please. I'm not here to be cross-examined, okay? I'm not here to be. I don't accept what you want to do. I'm not going to answer any question that leads to. I'm not in a court. If you're asking questions out of what has been said, yes, but don't cross-examine me, please. I won't accept that. Just let me
I'm not cross-examining, and I'm shocked that you're saying this. I think we've enjoyed and we've shared a very rich relationship for you to have said that to me on air, sir. I'm not cross-examining you. I'm just going to ask a question and put clarity.
Examination, I will not answer. All right, go on. Okay. If you ask me any questions that offend me, I won't answer.
Okay, so if you think it's cross-examination, I'll go ahead and do my job.
I put it to you. I know the sad part. You know the really sad part is that the folks they are trying to copy, they have researchers, they have a whole team that ensures that the person who wants to prove that they are hard guy, is actually speaking from a place of knowledge. He has informed opinions. Not just shouting, I put it to you, but it's interesting what journalism has become in Nigeria. Anyway, he also mentioned Peter Fauci. Let's listen to two stuff from an I think it's just one. One is okay, I guess. Peter Fauci. I can play about 2 minutes. Take a listen, please.
They are now heroes of the losses. When you tell Wike, because on this television, they criticize Wike as if he's the enemy of Arise television. I am a Wike's friend, though. I stand by him. All the propaganda does not stand the test of time. If you kick my leg, I tell you don't kick it again. If you kick it again, I will do everything to stop it. So let's leave it like that.
Okay, so Mr. Fauci, I'm going to give you a quick rebuttal. Number one, I do my job here objectively as I can.
If you give me one,
let me finish.
I will
please.
give it back to you.
Mr. Fayashe, let me finish.
If you give it to me,
I have a right to respond.
I only responded.
I have a right to respond. Let me
it's
finish.
Not personal between the two of us.
You made it personal, so I have a right to respond.
It's not personal.
Okay, so
between the two of us, you can
Fayashe,
take me out of this.
Mr. Fayashe, I have a right to respond. I do my job
out of this interview so that
I don't
have a free day. Congratulations.
Political party.
Congratulations for doing your job.
Yeah, please.
Congratulations for doing your job. I am not one of those boys, one of those politicians who want public domain to talk to anyhow. It is important to note that.
Mr. Fayashe, can we make progress?
Thank you.
This is not a dialogue. This is a conversation.
I'm with you.
Yes, this is a program.
It's a conversation. And let him not get personal.
Yes,
let
Mr.
him not get personal on this program.
No,
it's his way.
Okay. It's okay. Our job is to ask you questions. You respond.
Ruben, I told you yesterday, and I mentioned Hosseini's name particularly why I avoid Arise Television, and you assured me that you are going to moderate it in a way. Hosseini cannot, if it's his job, go for my personality or my person on the live television. I'll give it back to him.
It's okay, Mr. Fayashe. Can we return to the issues? Now, I was going to ask.
Thank you.
You refer to the G5, right?
Let's go to the next speaker, Adeglo. That's media and journalism in Nigeria. Madam Adeglo, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Happy Ẹkáàbọ, sir.
Same to you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment regarding this, our agent of darkness, thankfully journalist in Nigeria. Many there are few have been referred to and this Babo Kukuruto and channel. Both of them are agents of darkness. And it's such a pity that the government officials, maybe they don't know their right. They don't have to go to their channels to go there. We have so many other news outlets that they can go. Maybe they don't know their rights. That's why, because if you invite somebody to your station, you're supposed to honor them. You're supposed to treat them right. But they are acting like a lord over these people. It's like two of them, Rufai Oseni and Dakunta Kunte, Kilorukwe, two and Chane. They are trying to outdo each other now. It's like a competition. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's like they're doing. It's like they're doing competition on how to bully people, how to intimidate people. Right? So, and our people as well, they are falling to their track, to their trick, because they don't know when to stop. When Piers Morgan started that nonsense here, the old government officials didn't go to the BBC for any interview for over 1 year. To the extent that there is, when they even trying to sue them for not attending the interview, those one told him that it's their right not to attend, and he keep quiet ever since. After that, then even the channel 3 have to sack him, then go to different places to go and do his shenanigans. Our people don't know their right. That's why they are going there. That's why and those two feel that it's their right to intimidate them. What they are doing is not journalism. They are trying to set the country ablaze, because both of them have that Kunta Kunte, PDP official, to one channel, PDP lòun support.
Mi ò fẹ́ dárúkọ ẹ̀ tó kò ń ṣe Kunta Kunte. Ó ń ṣì sàn o.
Ó máa
ṣé ó ń ṣì sàn o.
Ó sàn díẹ̀. Títí nínú ló kàn fi yàtọ̀ sí òpònú tó wà ní Arise yẹn. That Rufai yẹn. Ìjọ kan wọ́n sì máa fọ́ yẹn létí tó máa dẹ̀ṣẹ́ bò láti anywhere. Ó kàn máa gbọ́ gbàgbàgbò sí ni, kò ní mọ bí tẹ́ṣẹ̀ ẹ̀ ti wá. Eléyìí ò kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ through the shooting through the telly. Serious one. Tó máa fún ní Bájínátù látẹ̀yìn. I'm sorry.
SEO. You're both of them, not all.
They will be saying people are hungry. There are so many programs the government has rolled out to cushion the effect of poverty. These people will not talk about it. Some part of their job is to help the government to amplify whatever they are doing in a positive way. There are so many programs out there. Student loan is there. There are so many soft loan for the people that are doing business that the government has rolled out. Their job is to help the government to broadcast that, to spread it so that people may know. But they try to hide those information from people. Then seize the opportunity to campaign for their own whoever they want to be the next president. Rufai was saying rubbish about a couple of weeks ago that it is the turn of Southeast to produce president. Agreed, it is the turn of Southeast. So because of that, you have to go and look for one from Southeast. That one. So Mama Sorobi, right from left. China go to China. China come back from China. They will now hand that one the power to lead us. Abunu. You know?
Eshema.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't talk anymore.
No. Because
okay, it is.
Take 1 more minute.
Yeah.
No. Please take 1 more minute. Please.
Okay, they are not supposed to be partisan. They're supposed to be neutral. And if you want to be partisan, but you cannot, because you are partisan, do whatever you want to do to condemn the present president, because he fought for this election and he won it. He did not grab the power by crook or means. He won that election legitimately, so they have a right to respect him. And the presidency as well, they need to do something about this. Maybe they have to report them to the association there to caution them, because their plan is to set the country ablaze. And before I get to that stage, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk. God bless you.
I did not just talk, but thank you, ma. Nothing to add. Thank you very much, ma. Olori, good to see you, ma. Ẹkáàbọ, Ẹkáàbọ. All right, let's go to my battlefield. Let's make this quick. I see we have two more things to cover before we go. So my battlefield.
Yes. Good evening. Thanks so much for this session.
Evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll tell you, thank you very much. I think for the first time in my life, I believe government should have their own outfits, news outfits, for the first time, because government has been so undermined, they've been so ridiculed, and I believe part of it is because the government, I think the people handling their PR, they are not doing jack. Apart from this Renault, honestly, they are poor. They are very poor. If not for a few of us who are actually on live streams every day, okay. That's how it is. Something has to be done for them to improve their impression on us. Okay. And now going back to South Africa, I think some of it has to do with our government at the same time. When I see people going to South Africa and insulting those people, some of them confronted me and I said, well, you actually supported Biafra. And you thought Nigeria was undermining them. Now you are getting the brunt, so you understand it. They say, yeah. I said, well, it's too late now. But at the same time, what bothers me most is the fact that they are trying to rewrite their history. They are saying now that Igbos are the original Zulus, that they gave back to the Zulus. Honestly, Those people, sure, I don't know how they're going to handle it. I said, well, maybe that will keep you busy for a while. Another thing I want to say is this. I've always suggested to government, we need an exit visa in Nigeria. We need it. I mentioned it. I didn't know it. Some countries have been doing it. And someone said, yeah. So, I said, interesting. We need exit visa in Nigeria. The way people are spoiling our names is just too bad. And I will remind you, immediately after the last election, people start saying, they need to leave the country. And some pastors too, I don't mention them. They need to have plan B, plan C. And that gave back to people leaving the shore of the country without any plans whatsoever. They go to Arab countries, they go everywhere to be slaves, to be anything to people. And I think that's the fallout of what happened in the 2023 election. And as I said before, Otunbaloye is more matured than Rufai, more matured, and his temperament is better, unlike Rufai. At the same time, when this guy representing Wike, when he spoke with, when he was interviewed on Arise TV, I think, you see, sometimes the best advice could come in form of an insult. When he said Rufai should go and be anchoring a documentary on wildlife, and I said if I had to be Rufai, I would take up the challenge. Rufai is very intelligent. He's very intelligent, even though very mischievous. I will take up the challenge. If I had to be the owner of Arise TV, honestly, that guy will do very well in holding a wildlife program. And I've not seen Nigerians having a wildlife program, aside from one person who was doing it in the 70s. I think Rufai will be the best candidate. If I had to have money, I will employ Rufai to go and do that. It's not an insult. It's actually an advice for him. He will do very well in handling animals. You see? And another thing, the other thing is that Ruben Abati has been a bit in moderation in Rice TV. Sometimes he too gets out of line because he's a typical PDP, right? Sometimes he said, well, grab it and run with it. Those are kind of politics he plays without actually putting in the contextualizing what he's saying. I think sometimes it too can be very mischievous, but he's been an elder statesman within that sphere, which is very, very good. But at the same time, I think Nigerian government now needs to rise up to the occasion and curb the excesses of our people. The way they are treating people in South Africa is very atrocious, and they are doing it all over the world. It's actually reflecting on all of us. It reflects that Nigerians are very reckless, that nobody is, and the same people, they are elders, we never call them to account. I don't know why. Maybe because they are not from the same clan. I don't know. But Nigerian government needs to rise to the occasion and do the right thing. This thing cannot continue. I wondered, I hope one day we not wake up and see people being macheted in South Africa. It's getting to that stage now. So that's just my take on it. I think Nigerian government needs to rise up to occasion, and the government too needs to start defending itself aggressively. Don't be too moderate. All those very gloves they are using will not help matters. They are spoiling government. They are not amplifying the good deeds of the government, but they are minimizing it while amplifying the bad ones, which they actually exaggerate, which is very bad. But it actually tells on the type of citizen we have in Nigeria. Some of us are not that intelligent to know facts from fictions, from myths. We just run with it. When someone says something, we just go and wire without questioning what was matter. Like Wike's interview now. Someone who is very intelligent will sit down and say, okay, is it possible? There are so many conditions. If I were, it's conditional. Although Wike too should have be more reflective on it. I hope it doesn't get out of hand. That's just my say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that they actually got us sorted. I mean, that's between the FCC Minister Nyesom Wike and Seun Okinbaloye. Also, we have NBC, Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, and it's their job to actually rein airing news channels or media houses rein them in. And we do have a state broadcasting corporation, so to speak, and that's NTA. We've had NTA. I can't say we've had NTA since the 1950s because it was WNTV, WNBS that was taken over by the federal government in the name of unity. By the way, WNTV, WNBS was the first TV station in Africa, and it was established in Ibadan. But of course, it's now NTA Ibadan. We have NTA across different, parts of Nigeria. It still works. Someone asked, "What's up with NTA?" NTA still works. It's just that people don't get their news from NTA. Well, let me put it this way: majority of the people in the southwest don't get their news on NTA. But I mean, you could go to the north and see how people listen to NTA, and it still works. And I think they have an active Twitter handle that also disseminates information. So we do have that. But the truth of the matter is that the way Nigeria is right now, NTA is not BBC. NTA is not BBC. Where, if you're in England, you can easily just, get your instrument from BBC or Sky or whatever. But Nigeria, I think Channels is the most, watched channel, TV channel. And Channels is quite good. I don't know why people are comparing Sheon with Rufai. And you're also saying Sheon is short. Sheon is short, but it's not short. Anyway, let's leave height. The point is, everybody will be all right. But I hope that people actually do better, so we can have a better media organizations in this country. Final speaker for now will be Abolade. I'm going to bring the two people down there. I'll bring you very soon. Consider my Bumblebee. But excited after Abolade, I want to get to some news and then I'll bring you up so you can also speak on new stuff. All right. Good evening. I don't know if it's a Mr., a Mrs., or Miss, but Abolade, good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, it's a man. Good evening, sir. Ẹkáàbọ. Yes, sir.
Ní ṣíṣe gbogbo tẹ́ bá ń fọwọ́kàn báyìí ó máa dùn ni. So máa gbìyànjú láti máa sọ nípa nǹkan tí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan táwọn ẹlòmíì ti sọ ń pẹ́ tẹ́tẹ́, but this particular one máa sọ ń pa ẹ̀ nítorí the one of NTA ara àdí táwọn èèyàn ṣe kí ń gbọ́ NTA ní pé àwọn èèyàn rí pé àwọn tán bá wà lẹ́NTA wọ́n wà aged. Tán bá ṣe interview wọn kí n lè jẹ́ kán béèrè àwọn ìbéèrè tí ó yẹ kán béèrè. Wọ́n believe pé wọ́n kàn jẹ́ bí mouthpiece ìjọba ni. Nítorí àkútì mọ̀kàn tó fẹ́ sọ yes náà máa sọ. Nípa wípé ó jẹ́ ilé-iṣẹ́ ìjọba kò mean pé kẹ́ má fún wọn láǹfààní láti interrogate nǹkan tí ìjọba ń ṣe. Torí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fún wọn láǹfààní ẹ̀ ní ó jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wò. Báwọn èèyàn bá dẹ̀ ṣe wò ó máa kú natural ní kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ ṣe. On ọ̀rọ̀ Ṣeun, Sherry, I also did something on politics and society. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ bí media wọ́n ṣe máa ń. In fact, nowadays, generally all around the world, the media is not for news or information anymore. They are for shaping discussion and controlling narrative. That's what they all do. Imagine this. There's an issue on constitutional legality, and the best person Sheon or people in channels want to invite are people that are purely politicians or somebody that's an activist. Imagine, I was so annoyed one day when I saw that state and capital guy, Kinyawa song by constitution, like, please now, what's the meaning of this nonsense? So, and the point is that once that kind of person has a platform, then that's an avenue for misinformation. So, Sheon cannot say he doesn't know what he's doing. Then he always does this thing. He will say, but the people are saying this. That is when he's talking to the main party. Ṣùgbọ́n táwọn ẹgbẹ́ alátakò bá wá kò ní sọ pé ṣùgbọ́n o àwọn party tán wà in power wọ́n sọ kíní báyìí. He's always echoing one part. But again, it is acceptable. Nǹkan tẹ́mi ò kàn fẹ́ ní pé kí ọ̀kan máa sọ pé òun wà unbiased. It is acceptable, but jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé tó wà. You are a PDP person. I see it. Before, I used to think that it shouldn't be like that. That's why today, when I look at TV2 News too say sometimes they say that they should not do this. Like they say it as if they are APC, but again, it is allowed. But again, all of it, there should be some moderation in it. There's someone that Nifemi will ask you that question. It will not insult you, but will ask you in a way that will force you to say it. You can get angry, but you will not get angry. But anybody to program here, how this is the lie. And that's how it should be. And these guys, they are not the only ones in the studio. They have producers there. None of them can tell me they don't have researchers that work with them. Because they know that, of course, as an interviewer, more everything to share. Some of them fact check on the spot right there, and they can call it back. So all of them, they know what they're doing. Sheung is not the only one in that studio. He has a producer. There's an agenda that they're driving. So I want to leave that about Sheung. Now, the second thing is that notice engage on Twitter and try, because èmi máa ń rò pé tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ pé èèyàn máa bọ́bọ̀ jáwúra, ṣùgbọ́n mo wá rí pé ayé ta wà yìí AI yẹn kò bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́pọlọ. Nígbà míì máa ti bá dì mú lọ́rùn báyìí pé irọ́ ló ń pàṣẹ. Àwa ní pé thank you for pointing out this thing for me. And kò dẹ̀ ń ṣẹ́jọ́ ẹ̀. Nǹkan tán bá sọ fún ló máa ń sọ fún wa. Mo notice pé àwọn èèyàn wa wọn kì í engage tweet yẹn a lot, and it will be beneficial tí a bá engage ẹ̀, tí a bá like, tí a bá repost ẹ̀, and who might help. It's not just because it is for the future. I'll give you one example. There was a day I wanted to know, I was talking to somebody, Dia Ojo. Is it Dia Ojo? I think that's the name, Dia Ojo, who was because I wanted to know the person that played a particular instrumental in Kwamwan's song. But I know that part was the one that played it. So I went on Gemini and I asked that who played this thing. And now, this is a surprising thing. Gemini told me that, well, there's no record for that thing because the way Fuji music is and all of that thing. But according to a program on YouTube, Agbaletu, it is said by, I now mentioned the audio. That is to tell you that all of this platform, they listen to what that's the whole essence of digital footprint. It doesn't stop there. It's good that the AI is not developed by us. We don't own it. The platform we use in talking about it, we don't own it too. It means, again, other people are creating our stories. What happens if they take away that platform? What happens if they take away that platform and they rewrite our stories in the way they like? So, contributes here. I hope that I'm not taking too much of your time.
No. Thank you. I think it's your first time. I'm really glad you came.
Another thing to mention is ẹ má rò bíi pé àwa kan ò gbọ́, kò ń ṣe gbogbo ìgbà náà la máa ń láǹfààní láti gbọ́ live nítorí pé a máa ń ṣe nǹkan míì, torí ẹ̀ a máa later replay la máa ń wò, and ẹ má bá wò pé ẹnìkan lè wà bíbá at any time bóyá àwọn èèyàn fi bẹ́ẹ̀ pọ̀ lórí ìlàyé àpọ̀ gan àwa kan we are ghost watching, and I really appreciate what you are doing, because you brought a different perspective to everything that because everything you are saying about this with me, I know it before. I was fortunate to be interested in history. I was lucky to have gone to one of those schools that they had a very good library. I was also lucky to be in the house where many papers around. So there's nothing this want to tell me. Aside the fact that what I've read, I've also had personal experiences with them. But you brought a scholarly approach to it. So it's not tribalism, bigotry. It's self-preservation. It's cultural preservation. It's you knowing your identity and not being ashamed of it, owning it, and and that's it. It's part of being civilized. I was telling someone recently that, look, if you do not know where you are or who you have come from, where you have come from, or you cannot speak Yoruba, for example, that means you are not civilized and you are not educated enough. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. I really do appreciate it, and great to hear your thoughts. Loads and loads of things there, but nothing to add. But just to thank you very much for the kind words, and thank you. And to everybody listening, thank you for being part of this session. So I'm going to take everybody down now, and we'll talk about something else. Then I'll bring two people up. But before I go, somebody says they want to join the show. Mr. Bola Abiodun, I think he's a Mr. I kind of like using titles. But your name is Bola Abiodun. I don't know if you're a man or a woman. So Bola Abiodun on YouTube, the way to join, so if you want to come up, you have to be on TikTok. But there's something I'm trying to do. I think we can even start today. You can send a message to me on Telegram, and then you can call on Telegram, and then there's a way I can get everybody across all platforms to hear you. So if you want to contribute but you're not on TikTok, you can just send a message. Excuse me, please. You can send a message on Telegram that you're about to call, and then I'll let you know when you can call. Then, so I think that will be, it's a good way for you to also be able to contribute if you're not on TikTok. Okay, so you can try that, but first you have to send a message. If you call, it may be difficult to pick it because something else will be going on at the time. Okay, thank you for your understanding. So thanks to Mr. Bolade. I know on Bolade, but Bolade lead. Wait, are you from Ogun State? He's off. I think he's out.
Yes, absolutely. I'm here. Yeah, absolutely.
Is it Oli?
Yeah.
Is it Oli?
Lead.
Okay.
Ó wà nínú onípẹ̀dé náà, onípẹ̀dé ni.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes. I had a classmate in school. Fantastic pianist. Could play jazz. He could play Larry Olide. So when I saw your surname, I remembered him. All right. Thank you very much. Something just happened right now. Something happened a few hours ago. Apparently, they remove ADC chairman. He has been expelled by one ADC chairman. The ADC chairman of a state has expelled the national chairman of ADC. For confusing, Abi. I'll play you what he said, then we'll talk about it. This is from Abia State. Whoa. This is from Abia State. The man is known as Dumebi Kachiku. He expelled David Mark, Rauf Aregbesola, Atiku, and Co. And he expelled their coalition from the ADC on national TV and calls the ADC takeover an unholy transaction between Nwosu and the coalition. And then went ahead to commend the INEC. Take a listen to this quite interesting development from Abia State. Take a listen, please. Oh, excuse me. I have to reconnect. 1 second, please. Someone said, who are the opponents of 2027 now? Oh, they watch film. Oh. This Nigerian politics now series. Take a listen, please.
Now, because of the African Democratic Congress. Now, because we don't want to waste your time, and I want to read from the book so that I will quote my members verbatim. So, for immediate press release, this is a statement by the neck of the African Democratic Congress in reaction to INEC's delisting of the David Mark-led faction of the ADC. Ignorance is not only a disease, but also a crime. We have watched with amusement how a few Nigerians with no real understanding of issues concerning our party, the ADC, have jumped in with emotions devoid of reasoning and understanding. We therefore wish to correct a lot of misinformation out there in the public domain. But before doing this, we want to say we are in total support of INEC's position on this matter and commend them on their bravery in finally doing what is right. Here are the facts of the matter for proper understanding. Now, number one, the tenure of our former national chairman, Ralph Mosu, as chairman of the African Democratic Congress ended in August of 2022. Two, Mosu's refusal to step down as chairman led to a series of litigations with Justice Yako Bita, ruling in December of 2022 that Mosu's tenure had indeed expired and that any action taken by him and his National Working Committee after the expiration were null and void. 3. One of the illegal actions taken by Mosu was the convening of a mini convention in Zaria in Kaduna State in October of 2022, where he reappointed himself and the likes of Nafiu Gombe as the National Working Committee of the party. But INEC firmly rejected that convention. Now, 4. This matter subsequently went all the way to the Supreme Court when the group now known and referred to as the David Mark-led coalition transacted with Ralph Mosu. Now, 5. Prior to this unholy transaction, INEC received several communications from the neck of the party from August of 2022, but curiously, they refused to act even on valid court orders. Now, those who pronounce in some cases the expulsion of state chairman of the party who opposed his bid to continue as chairman of the party. INEC eventually initiated an alternative dispute resolution mechanism to resolve the issues within the ADC. That's 7.
The story is long. The long and short of it is that Jumibi Kachuku, that's the Abia State ADC NEC, led by the state chairman of ADC in Abia State, Jumibi Kachuku. They've expelled David Mark, Ralph Beshola, Atiku and Co-led coalition from the party. All right. You heard the news. We don't have to talk about it. I wrote about it on Twitter, and people just, like the gentleman was saying, who just came out to me and insulted me. I mean, I think it's a normal thing these days. People don't really think so much, especially from some parts of the country. Apparently, Nadeko is worse than Abacha, and that's the Messiah that is expected to actually do something sensible in Nigeria's political landscape. I think people are so desperate that they got to a point where they don't mind who they actually lift up as long as they're able to get what they want. It's actually quite interesting how this whole thing is playing out. But while all this was happening, Showore was on a podcast recently. This will be the second to last video I think I'm going to play, and then I'm going to spend some time on South Africa because of what one clown said. But we're going to do this first. Showore was on the podcast, and I don't know if it's here. where they were talking about Alex OT and politics and things like that. I think it was actually quite nice the way the conversation went. I thought I found it. Apparently, it's not the one I was looking at. One more. All right, it's this one. I found it. I was on Wazobia with a journalist. You hear this journalist one. Adeglo, I hope Adeglo is still here, ma. She was calling some people Konta Kunte. I wonder what you're going to call this one after I listen to it. Take a listen to Wale Shore being interviewed on Wazobia TV. Take a listen, please.
I don't know politicians reach me. Me, I don't be say only say I know them. I dey write about them. There's no politician where I never write about. I've written 5,000 anti-corruption articles for Sahara Reporters where I start for 2006. I talk something and I will talk him again. Make Obi himself come out. Take him out, spell within at the talk.
What's the thing where you talk?
Yes. The thing where I talk, we say, make him show me the university where he built, where he send children go. For 8 years, when he be governor of Anambra. You say no collect pension. Pension is something we were supposed to celebrate. Are they hate whether they hate?
Considering say other people collect and you no collect.
Not be under in government, then they make the pension law. Why you go make pension law if you don't want to collect pension? Now game now, if I don't want to do something now, they say things where you don't want job, make no take on the
But he distanced himself from until today. Every day they say they collect, be benefactor of that.
Pension be the problem of Anambra people, be progress. We're not even supposed to discuss pension because any of these former governors not supposed to even make any law regarding pension. Now that's supposed to pay the people back after they don't mismanage their state or their responsibility. Me, I take them on record, not be pension.
You did in any way jealous of Peter Obi because people they feel say the attention where youth, gets on them. Say they feel say that youth.
Look, I know say you be Peter Obi person. It's just show for your face. But wait, cool down now. No better. Cool down. I know.
People, this is why they ask you now based on questions where people they ask.
Are they jealous of person?
No, now questions where people
ask. Make an answer now.
Okay,
make it. How are we jealous of person? We say as of 2 months ago. Let me help him. With with the lawsuit where I take win my party back. Now they take HEPA, will remain on the platform. I talked him yesterday, the video, it go viral. Say, now me give up paperwork from our lawsuit where we win for court of appeal for our own party to stay on the Labour Party ticket. Because Peter Obi entered Labour Party a week before it become.
They get faction.
They get faction. Now the paper where we get, now the lawsuit where we win, now it takes the. If I'm jealous of why I will give them paperwork to go win.
May we rephrase this?
They challenge people's record. They divert attention from real social political issue. And they jealous. How go they jealous of a person where I don't help? When Obasanjo used Andrew Ba to take off Flush Amount for 2006, where Andrew Ba become governor for 14 days. Now me write the story where they will give the judgment against Andrew Ba, where Andrew Ba be the shortest living governor for. We bring Obi back. How could they jealous of person where they help us?
You heard the line of questioning. You did jealous. You are jealous. These are journalists too. What we have, I'm sure we say our journalists, but I think for the most part we have OAPs, on-air personalities. Say I'm not partisan. You're not if you want to be partisan, what are you going to do? The question doesn't even make sense, but that's what you get in the name of journalism in Nigeria. Finally, then I'll bring some people up, but let's listen to this, and I'm going to talk about it because people have been asking me what my thoughts and all. Apparently, there's a king in South Africa who, of course, is Igbo. I always said to weigh in on the whole thing happening. There's a longer version. I'm going to play the shorter one. And he, in his own wisdom, he thought that instead of trying to douse the attention, what he should do was to heap blames on Yoruba people. I don't know if you've heard it. It's quite long, but I'm going to play the shorter one, and I hope that we have some time to talk about it, and I'll bring people up later. Take a listen to the man. He's wearing a crown. He calls himself a king in the southeastern part of Nigeria, but he's also living in South Africa. it is well. Take a listen, please.
My father died. After he passed away,
there's another one where he actually greeted people, so that because this one is a bit harsh. Let me see if I can find you that one. He was even saying good afternoon, good morning, good night, good evening, wherever you are. Has anybody seen that video? Just to be sure it's not only here. From Bottenberry, my parents. Oh, we'll just listen to the older, to the longer, to the other one. Listen to the. You've seen it, Abby? Okay, good. Let's listen to this one. That's the one I found. Okay, good. Here's the beginning. I'm going to switch to the other one later. Take a listen.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening. Good day. Depending on your own time. Why I want to say something, so that South Africa will never, or South Africans mustn't cause problem because of some violent men, arrogant people, TikTok, social media people called Yorubas. You see, let me give you one story why I'm saying this. I am His Royal Majesty Ezendibo, King of Nigeria, or King of Igbos, paramount King of Igbos living in South Africa. I say living in South Africa. I came to South Africa 1990. Listen very, very careful. But Yoruba people are not doing that. Even Yoruba people haven't developed their country. We are the people who develop Yoruba land. This boy that making noise in TikTok know that we are the people who develop in their country. They are living in bushes in Nigeria. We come here, the way you see us have shop all over South Africa, doing business all over South Africa, is the way we do business all over Africa, the whole world. Yorubas are the head of crime. America draw the list of people who are committing crime in America. They want to deport. We check the name. All of them, Yorubas. In here in South Africa, Yorubas are committing crime more than any other people. They use Facebook and TikTok. Yoruba people, listen and listen very good. I'm warning you. If I will invite Hawks and NPA to your houses, because I know what you are doing, so that South Africa will know what business you are doing. I know a few of you. You drive big cars here making noise. Why we don't make a noise? Yoruba people are crown, they crown Otumba. Igbo people are crown Igbo. It's two things. Yoruba people are crown Otumba. Otumba, Ohaba, Otumba. How can you see Otumba of Yoruba people king of South Africa? The other time you see when I challenge you to Lani Kumali and other things, I challenge some Nigerians who are not doing very good. after my father died, after he passed away, I have to go home. They call me. I have to go. We don't call it funeral. We call it a fun celebration. If a king die in Nigeria, it's a celebration. I have to go. Took over king like Miss Zulu took over king of Zulu king. I become a king in our community in the southeast of Nigeria. And living in, and I have been living here before I become a king. When I live here, Igbos who are living here, Nigerians who are living here, see that I can speak out, because I'm an activist and freedom fighter. The same time again. They say I can be leading them. I started leading them. I'm not leading them because I'm leading them. I'm not leading them because of I'm a king, but I'm leading them to correct certain things. And those who commit crime should stop. Those who do this should stop. Be a good citizen. Obey the law of South Africa, because nobody is above the law of South Africa. So as I'm a king in Nigeria, living in South Africa, you will go outside to protest, why must I live in South Africa? Or South Africa reject anybody who are king in Nigeria living in South Africa. This Yoruba man who caused this problem, that are the same people who caused the same problem in Ghana. Because of their very wicked, they hate anybody. They hate Igbos in Nigeria. Even you may hear, or South African government may hear how they destroy Igbos' property in Lagos, because we are business-minded. Anywhere we go, we do business. We open shops. We build, we relax, we are civilized people. We mix up. But Yoruba people are not doing that. Even Yoruba people haven't developed their country. We are the people who develop Yoruba land. This boy that making noise in TikTok know that we are the people who develop in their country. They are living in bushes in Nigeria. We come here, the way you see us have shop all over South Africa, doing business all over South Africa, is the way we do business all over Africa, the whole world. Yoruba are the head of crime. America draw the list of people who are committing crime in America. They want to report. We check the name. All of them, Yorubas. Here in South Africa, Yorubas are committing crime more than any other people. They use Facebook and TikTok. Yoruba people, listen and listen very good. I'm warning you. If I will invite Fox and NPA to your houses, because I know what you are doing. So that South Africa will know what business you are doing. I know a few of you. You drive big cars here making noise. Why we don't make a noise? Yoruba people are crying. They crown Otumba. Igbo people are crying Igwendi Igbo. It's two things. Yoruba people are crying Otumba. Otumba. Igbo people crying Igwe Ndi Igbo. Igwendi Igbo. How did South Africa see a name called Igwendi Igbo as a king of South Africa? How can you see Otumba of Yoruba people are king of South Africa? Who teach you the language? How do you know? How do you know? You try to cause confusion. Say you want to go and protest. Protest what? When instead of you to go to work, go do your business, you are protesting somebody's title. You want me to run away, leave my house, run away in South Africa. Somebody who came to South Africa in 1990. I joined 1994 election. I was here. They killed Chris Hani, 1994. Since 1990, how many years now? There's no problem. We have never had problem with South Africa in the kingship and everything. Rather than I visit to greet them, because I'm a real king from Nigeria, not South Africa. I'm not king of South Africa. Nobody is king. Is no Igbo man. Let me not talk about Nigeria, because these people are envious and jealous against. We preserve our traditional culture. Anywhere we go, we preserve it. We respect our culture. And you people know that we have culture, strong one. But this kingship, I don't know. I have said last time that Zulu king, Zulu, is our king. All the 9 provinces of South Africa, all their king is our king. If you are living in Limpopo, obey that king. If you are living in anywhere, obey King of South Africa. They are our king, including me. Upon I'm a king, king. Not you haven't seen me crying a king in South Africa, but I'm a king, full king, real king, the main king. The other kind, you see when I challenge you to Dani Kumalo and other things. I challenge some Nigerians who are doing the way they treating foreigners in South Africa. Because you can, somebody can go apply resident permit and you deport the person. Instead of you to give the person the document upon the married to your wife. My family is in Nigeria and in my kingdom. I live in alone here. I got a house here. But I never one day come out and claim that I'm king of South Africa. You can never be king in somebody's land. You can never be king in somebody's country. So when somebody answers Igbo, it doesn't make him a king of South Africa. Why are you using something that doesn't have meaning to destroy your country? You want to protest now to go and steal people's goods, entering checkouts and pick and pay game everywhere. Stealing food, because that is their plan. Because anytime you protest, you want to rob many shops, kill some of your people, thinking you are killing like Igbos. We are not their king. No Igbo man is a king in South Africa. No South African king. After my
It's a very long version of this. To be honest, even this one I'm listening to, that we just listened to, I only listened to about 30 seconds or 1 minute of it, but I didn't know it was this funny. But it's a longer version, it's about 22 minutes. Maybe one day we'll just go if you like comedy. Many years ago, I went to visit my friend, Izigala, and the siblings had just returned from school. They were on vacation. I remember that day like it was yesterday. The young lady, she's Agbalagba now. She's married. She's a mom. One day we were watching the news, and she looked at somebody just being funny on TV, and she just looked at me and said, "And that's somebody's father." As I was watching this man, I just remembered what that young lady said at the time. This is somebody's father. They said, this is what you are doing in our land, you are crowning king. You say Yoruba and one boy on TikTok. I mean, I hope the boy is fine. You are a king in Nigeria, but you are in South Africa, you are the real king. You are the king. Yoruba used to have Otumba. But Igbos are very business-minded, but they used to open shops. This Nigeria, all the Keromeru. I was like, who did this to us? A colonial government. They have Keromeru. They have Keromeru in this, our country. I don't even know. I mean, I had some things I wanted to say, but sincerely, so people sent me this video, right? And they were all talking about how I should respond. Sincerely, there's nothing to say. What do you want to say to this? What shall we say to these things? If God be for us, who can be against us? This is madness now. You can't take responsibility for anything. You can't, and therefore you can't fix things, which means you're perpetually the way you are. You're always shifting blames. Waiting concern your Bible for this matter. And is it the person on TikTok? I don't know who is talking about, Sha, but is it the person on TikTok who actually got South Africa government to say they don't want to have your king in? And by the way, it's the same thing I would say to Yoruba people. You can't have kings outside. What does it mean to have a king without a kingdom? Does it make sense? If you see Yoruba people having kings abroad, they should also be told you can have maybe a dari. You can have a dari or Ashiwaju, a leader. You can't have Oba. If you are having it, maybe they should talk to them. These things that you guys are doing abroad, it's essentially like a union. It's not a town, it's a union. And the unions have precedents. Are, Ashiwaju, Oludari, Alaga, Cotton Jenny. You're the leader, you're the president. That's what's all this thing with king of where? I mean, people have been traveling abroad for a long time. You have president, you have secretary, you have treasurer, you have financial secretary, social, clinical secretary. Yeah, and they have these parties, parties. They have parties, and then they do this development organization that they can do something back home. It's, I don't know when it came. Meanwhile, even assume that Yoruba people are doing it, which I don't think they would, but even assume they're doing it, does that makes no sense? So how do you respond to it? I even thought it was something serious that I was going to react to. I was thinking that it came by Mashigba. But what do you say to this? You are old, you have been there since 1999, you're like this. Forget money. I mean, hopefully the person is good. It's not about money. Mindset. They are jealous of you. By the way, I hear that thing. Did you notice that the interview that Shore, the one we just listened to, that's the same question the girl asked him. Are you jealous of Peter? These things, it's very low level. Like, are you jealous? Hey, well, let me bring people that want to speak. We'll have this and then we'll go, because I can't respond to this. just stupid. And Neil Dalfa Agbalagba, they are jealous of Igbo. That's why Yoruba people are. What did Yoruba people think in South Africa? Like, listen, people make mistakes. I was going to say people make mistakes, but it's a lie. You didn't make mistake. You are culturally unaware. You have lack of social intelligence. Emotional intelligence is foreign to you, and you have no idea how to take responsibility. And all of that is a product of your inability to evolve like other Homo sapiens. It's amazing. I bring up people. Please, if you're coming up, it's 8:35. I have to leave here in the next 20 minutes. We have to end this speech in 20 minutes so I can play the anthems and we go by 9. So please, we're going to keep it short. And please don't spend too much time on this. I don't want to call him nuisance, but I hope I didn't. I'll bring some people up. Oh, God. Baba, you're got the LA, yo. I'm going to say, well, hey, Joyce, I just made you. The girl is laughing. It's like how your rabbis you say now. See, by the way, it's the same thing. Shame is a pouring on pressure. That's the same thing I just did. Movers, excuse me. That's what we did. So I don't. Excuse me. Sorry, just kept receiving a call. So we're gonna have, please, as soon as we come up, as soon as we get up, please just mute. But the Igbos find it therapeutic to blame Yorubas for their shortcomings. It'll be fine. Where's Concilium? Concilium is TikTok that is hiding you. You'll not be hidden like Baralong. All right, please, we're going to make this very quick. Let's start with Bumblebee. Are you? Excuse me.
Bro. Hello?
Ekale.
Ekale. Okay. So, I'm going to address. I want to make it very short because you don't have much time. Ekale, Ekusheno. So, one of the things we address in Oro Sheun or Kimbalaye. I don't know what it is, though. Maybe some other people can attest to that. There's a problem we have in Yoruba culture with people from so-called North Central Kini. They keep hiding themselves, at least the educated ones. They keep hiding themselves from the rest of us in the Southwest. They claim to be from us.
Wait, is it people or one or two people?
No, the educated class.
Okay, Mongboy. I think he just received a call, so we're going to have him later. Let's have Math Tuition.
No,
okay,
I
consider chatting about that.
Yes, no.
Okay, please go on. Go on.
They keep telling us that they are part of us, but whenever they are told to, okay, where do you stand? They'll say, no, that's not central. Sheun did that, and it made me start thinking, okay, that's why it takes a lot of positions. We now have to start looking at them with side eye. Where do you stand? Once or Anthem last time. Kini Anthem Kwara. What are they exactly? That's by the way. Getting to the issue of ADC. Already this year, sorry, I'm a legal practitioner. At last year, I was just waiting, but you know Nigeria, the courts move very slow. I already figured out that we're going to have problems. They're going to run into issues. So issues don't run into don't claim APC there's a good chance that they might not be able to fill the candidates, any candidate whatsoever. So until the Because even by the time they sort their matter out, if they can do it internally, there's going to be a problem on joining another party. They cannot do anything before anybody's convention, so they need to do it quickly. They need to move quickly. They're going to go do different parties. That's true. Ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Arabi pẹ̀lú awu tí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn sọ. Look, I always say something about them, and I think I learned it from you as well. Let's give them grace. These people are very, very backward. They are very, very extremely backward people. So some of the things they say, it's out of spite. You are saying that you are a king. From which kingdom? Kingdom chief. But that's by the way as well. The real issue is that let's give them grace, because the educated ones amongst them will never speak up. They will always keep quiet. Like you always mention, don't want my daket on my win. If they win there, then you not see them. I'm a co say that's okay. I don't know. But when they are going, I'm around with you. I don't know how people would allow the worst of their people up. It is beyond words. What we can call them now. What solution in the comment section? Somebody was saying that intellectual sin. I don't know. You say no. Last 1990. Kilo one South Africa 1990. If 1994 lost election. Kilo one South Africa 1990. Ashiara. What then saw you then do?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's a two-way thing, right? I will give grace like I always do, but we should also respond. There's something somebody said up here earlier, me Sorosi, when I think it was Fola, when he said that when people go online and AI it's what it gets that it uses. Sometimes you have to train. I mean, I'm using AI sometimes, and I'm telling AI what to read. I do it a lot on Twitter because for some reason people just bring Grok as though Grok is a alpha and omega, and they now begin to tell Grok what book you are. And then go, okay, now he's telling you, thank you for your clinical, means that therefore, when people spread this ignorant stuff, it's important that we also provide the alternative, which is, the fact of the matter. And then, there's balance, so that when we're talking about resources online, people are able to access, everything essentially. So thank you very much for bringing that up. There's something else you said. So the oral North Central, I don't really, I'm a bit torn, and I'll tell you why. They are in the North Central. They are not Southwest, and they have to be careful how they play the politics, because they are Yoruba, but they're not in the Southwest. I think Sheon Kwara or Kogi, I'm not even sure. But here's something. People also have this thing on conversation on Twitter. Kwara State, people say is a Yoruba state. It's not a Yoruba state. It's a Yoruba majority state. Okay? You have 16 local governments in Kwara State. 12 of them are essentially Yoruba land. So it's a Yoruba majority state. But there are other ethnic groups. There's Baroba, there's Nupe. There are other groups in there. All right. Okay, it's Kwara. Okay, sure, it's Kwara. Oh, okay. So the point is, when it comes to political conversations, you can understand the conundrum they find themselves, because they are Yoruba, but they are also in the north, and they want to play safe for the most part. As long, and this is my own opinion, if you disagree, that's okay. As long as they don't throw their ethnicity under the bus, I'm good. Whatever they have to do to align up the... Someone says Kwara is Yoruba, I'm Yoruba. Whatever you say. There are other ethnicities in Kwara State. Someone says, how are we in the north? How do we begin this history class? How were you in the north? Is the fault of British or the Brit? It's the fault of the British. They decided to do that because of their relationship with the Fulani. Right? Today, Kwara State is north central, geopolitically, but it is Yoruba majority culturally. And those two things are not the same. Okay? So, someone says it's full of Baba Saraki. No, it wasn't about Saraki or Saraki Bao. Please, let's be careful as well to this grace we talk about. We also have to give people grace. Kwara did not choose to be there. You know what? I think we should have a session to talk about Ilorin Talakawas and how they work with our law. There are other ethnicities in Kwara State. Kwara is majority Yoruba. In the name Kwara is not even Yoruba, it's Nupe. The word Kwara is not a Yoruba word and it's not English. Stop saying confusion everywhere. If you don't get what I'm saying, just chill. Like, check. If you now check and score that I'm wrong, then feel free to come and debunk it. But stop saying confusion. Like, you are telling me that people in the Nupe people in Kwara State, someone say it's called Ilorin now. Do you know there's a difference between Ilorin and Kwara? This is the problem. Ilorin is a town. Kwara is a state. You guys, it's not every state in Nigeria that's like the states in Southwest where we are just Yoruba. Go to Taraba or Adamawa, you see like 30 different ethnicities in one state. Kwara is not synonymous with Ilorin. Ilorin is the cap. How else do I say this? Ibadan is the capital of Oyo State. Does that mean everybody in Oyo State is Ibadan? Ilorin is Yoruba. Ilorin is the capital of Kwara State. We are discussing Kwara State, not Ilorin town. God. The point is Kwara people are not Southwest. It is geopolitics. And it started in 1996 when they divided, the nation into 6 geopolitical zones. There's North Central, Northwest, Northeast, South-South, Southeast, Southwest. The government cannot determine your ethnicity, but they can determine geopolitical zones. They are Yoruba. Most of the people in Kwara State are Yoruba. It's not. See, let me say, I'm a bit agitated. Someone say, what about Kogi? Kogi is about a third Yoruba. You can't say Kogi is a Yoruba state now. There is Igala in Kogi. There is Ebira in Kogi. And of course, there's Yoruba in Kogi. And Kogi state is not central. But if you go to Okunland, talking to someone from Kaba or Ijumu or Woro or all those places, even Ogori, they will tell you they are Yoruba people. Ethnicity one in Yoruba. Ṣùgbọ́n geopolitical zone don't cut one. See, let me give an example. In fact, maybe this will help. Last week, CCM Shawakibaloye interviewed Dr. Bukola Saraki if he was going to, and I asked him a question, if he was going to run for any office in 2027. And he said no. He said because now is the turn of the South. He's going to wait for the turn of the North. And if you say, but it's Yoruba, but it's not in the Southwest. It's not. When the president was going to appoint Mr. Bayo Julari as GMD CEO of NNPC, what was the yardstick? It was from the North Central. Oh boy. Maybe I'm talking like this because of what I'm saying in the comment section, because it's not the same thing. So if a person says that he's siding with North Central, sincerely is playing politics. The problem I will begin to have is if the person now throws Yoruba people under the bus for the sake of politics. That's where Wala is. In other words, you are jettisoning your ethnicity based on politics. When it comes to geopolitical zones, I understand. For instance, we have done commission. Kwara and Kogi are not part of it. Why? It's focused on Western Nigeria, not on every Yoruba. Although they would have wanted it to be Yoruba, to be every part of Yoruba land, to be part of it. But if you go to Kwara State, what if the governor of Kwara State is not Yoruba? And you know that a non-Yoruba can become governor of Kwara State. Why? He's an indigenous of Kwara State. We talk a lot about, some of this, we have to be putting things in perspective. You like Ibrahim Chata. Ibrahim Chata is from Kwara State. But his father is Nupe. Someone say, I hear he's Fulani. I'm not even mentioning Fulani now. I'm even telling you about the indigenous people first. Because people, again, I'm not mentioning Fulani because once you mention Fulani, people think you're talking about Ilorin. Kwara is big. Kwara is big. Ilorin is just one place in Kwara State. Although Ilorin has a lot of local governments. But Kwara has 16. You know Ibrahim Chata. We celebrate him, Yoruba actor. The truth is, his mother is Yoruba. His father is Nupe. If he wants to run for office in Kwara State, most likely everybody will support him, but he's doing that because as a Nupe man. All I'm saying is that we also have to understand the internal dynamics of, where people find themselves. It's like, there's some things you cannot expect of somebody in Kaba, in Kogi State. Politics are mayato. Why? Because case in point, we've not had a Yoruba governor in Kogi State ever. The closest thing was Faleke. And what happened. They eventually led to having the previous governor before Dodo, Yaya Bello. Governor Faleke was close. The other thing that you can call close was the deputy governor to, was it Captain Idris? Yes, I'm all correct. So the thing is, politics state to Nikaluku Mayato, to the people say Konwopo. But at one southwest, because okay, you go to Oyo State, we are Yoruba. Go to Osun State, we are Yoruba. Lagos State, we are Yoruba. Even you say, okay, you still have Guinea, Ogun State, you are Yoruba. You still have some other, like one or two other groups, but one carry, but long here, Oyato. I think I don't have few by one. You can say I'm confused. Okay. What are you confused about? Sorry, yes, there's a go in Ogun State and Lagos State. And even then, Yoruba got to, like, when we were growing up on OGTV and LTV and LWT, wọ́n ṣì máa ṣe Linley, wọ́n á ṣe ìròyìn lédè Ègùn, wọ́n lè ṣe ìròyìn Yorùbá. But Kwara is a bit orí bákan, and bákan tó rí ní ọ̀rọ̀ Ìlọrin ló fà. But mi fẹ́ lọ sínú ọ̀rọ̀ Ìlọrin lónìí. I just want to focus on the fact that Kwara ò ń ṣe Ìlọrin nìkan. Kwara tóbi, Kwara fẹ̀, and yes. So this is how I think. If a person says they are Yoruba people, I said they are Yoruba people. If they say they are not, they are not. Like me, I don't. So whichever one they say if they say they are from you, if they are Yoruba, I agree with them. If they say they are not, I agree with them. But what I'm saying basically is that what we have in the Southwest is different from what they have in North Central. And it's a bit dicey for them. And maybe that's why they're always like that. It's not that they are... tó bá ti sọ Yorùbá, tó bá ti tẹ́mbẹ́lú Yorùbá, kò sí wàhálà. Tó bá sọ pé all these Yoruba people, meanwhile you're Yoruba, but because you're not Central. And it happened to a particular person, I don't want to mention his name, got in like essentially cahoots with folks up north and essentially just looked down on his Yorubaness. Now like, this is not politics, this is something else. So, but they are not Central. I wish the British or Nigeria actually did what I said they should do in the 1940s. Just create ethno-linguistic states. All this wala. There'll be another type of wala, but not this type. All right. Let's go to Geeky, because they said that so. Someone says Bukola Saraki. Kí ló ṣe Bukola Saraki? I don't know. Okay, let's go to Bumblebee. Mo fẹ́ ní kí Geeky sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ nítorí òun lọ sọ̀rọ̀ Fúlàní. Ẹ má bínú mo sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀. Oh, you're not ready. Okay. Ṣé ká pe Geeky gbà yẹn?
I'm ready, Prof. I'm ready.
Yeah? Oh, okay. I saw it in the comment section. Please go on.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to come on earlier, but I was at work, so I was following everything, but I couldn't come up. So let me just go straight to my submission. First, the problem the ADC people are having is lack of attention to details. So all of them just jumped on the bandwagon of looking for a party to get into the next election. And when you look back, when you go down down memory lane, you remember that some of the spite that Wike has is because of how they treated him in PDP, how they ceded the presidential ticket to Atiku at the end of the day. So the same Atiku has banded with all these people, David Mark and the rest, and he has run to ADC, trying to commander a ship that they didn't build. So, and even when they were doing that, they didn't give attention to details. They didn't read the fine print. So apparently, they were bound to have a shipwreck. So those kind of people that can't look into the details, they don't qualify to run a nation. Let me move on from that. Second of all, Gbadebo Roads. I know you're trying to give him grace, but OT mess up. And the truth is, we can't afford to have someone like that. Gbadebo Roads need to be reoriented in a very powerful way. He is the kind of guy that would break ranks and try to do a thing that is not according to the agenda of development of this part of the world. We can't afford him to get to a higher position in our land. I'm saying this because look at the development we had from Asiwaju to Raji Fashola. Look at what Raji Fashola did up to Ambode. Ambode tried to break ranks, which is why he didn't get his second term. Then we have Sowolu and all. And look at the structure that Tinubu has patiently created up to where he is now. We can't have somebody who doesn't understand how things should be. When Osinbajo broke ranks, they had to bench him. Somebody who, basically put you forward to go for VP and you're trying to run presidential, while he's there, the guy had to they only like to bench here. He's breaking ranks already. So Gbadebo Roads has a lot of reorientation to do. Maybe he should associate himself with people that can put him in the right place. Asiwaju has created a structure. Now, let me revert back to Obasanjo's tenure. Obasanjo tried to do that. He tried to transition to Yar'Adua so that the reforms that he created during his time would be continued under Yar'Adua. But Yar'Adua broke ranks. We can't afford to have that kind of people in our part of the country. So, it's a no-no for me. Kokokolojuko. Then, lastly, Ogun State. Ogun State is the reason I really came up. Sorry, Prof. Ogun State is the reason I really came up. The things when I saw the video from that opening of the airport and everything, it nearly brought me to tears. Got me very emotional. That was a very strategic project to develop. Reason is this: Ogun State has started oil prospecting. Very, very soon they are going to start oil production. Number one. Number two, Ogun State is the number one industrial hub in the whole of Nigeria right now. Most of fast-moving consumer goods, they are mostly produced in that area, that part of the world. So now, Nigeria is moving. The Nigeria First, the Nigeria First policy means that most of the agricultural agricultural products and raw materials will not be exported directly. There will be secondary production happening in Nigeria, and the secondary production will be happening in the industrial areas. And one thing that Ogun State is going to have, they're already working on having a seaport. Some of the big refineries are coming there. Number two. Number three, that airport is a cargo airport. That means most of the secondary production that is going to be happening, most of the semi-finished goods or finished goods are going to be leaving Nigeria via freight. Things are coming in or going out. And if you look at that strategic project, it is such that if Lagos is not careful, which is not a bad thing, Ogun State might surpass them in the next 20, 30 years in terms of revenue generation. So I was really, really happy when I saw that project. And I said something. Somebody said, there are roads, there are these roads, one be hospital, one be. Let the next guy build roads. Any ye, what to try. Let them give him his kudos. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. I was actually trying to switch my audio source, but thank you very much for that brilliant submission. Got nothing to add. I'm about to add something, but let me just stop. But thank you very much. It was very, very good and concise. I really appreciate it.
Hello.
Let's have Math Vision. Hold on, please. Okay, Math Vision. Yes, you're the next person. Let's go on.
Good evening.
Maybe they might not sorrow.
Happy Easter.
Same to you.
Ecuador is risen indeed. Where do I start from? One movie, Oshio. I love your submission. My mom is from Ikperu. So I used to go to Ikperu when we were kids. We had a farm. My auntie also had a farm in Ode Remo. So all that axis, Ogiri, Ode, Ikperu, Ilishon, I know them fairly well. And so it's very nostalgic for me, and it's a celebration as an Ikperu indigene to see what has happened under the dispensation of, I think, the first Remo, Governor Dapo is the first Remo.
OGD is Shagam, is Remo. OGD, Tumbagbenga Daniels, is Remo too.
But I'm talking of our own axis in terms of the Ikperu.
It's Remo now. Shagam is Remo. Akarigbo is Shagam. Shagam is the headquarters of Remo. That's the capital of Remo, so to speak. So
absolutely,
OGD was Remo.
Yeah. So just to tag on what Bumblebee just said, I think it's phenomenal to see that transformation in less than a decade, having built on the achievement of what his predecessor has done. And I totally agree with Bumblebee. Ogun State will outpace Lagos eventually because of how the successive leaders in Ogun have set up themselves, and all of the stuff they own belongs to the state, not federal government, which means that they will have more control over the resources. For example, let me give an example. The VAT now, Lagos generate all the VAT, they siphon it to federal, they share it. In the context of Ogun State, they don't have that. So the bulk of the money Toba make in that axis goes to the state coffers, and then they can use it to do other things. Another thing that they've done in terms of design of the Aerolopolis is the convention center and a 550 hotel they're going to build in that axis. So it's a whole economy all by itself, which is great. And then now tagging it to education. So suddenly, Deputy Governor Noe Mott made a comment during the event over the weekend. She said, Ogun State is the religious capital of Nigeria. Ogun State is the educational capital of Nigeria. Ogun State is the industrial capital of Nigeria. My brother, that's scary. And then they now did something else. I don't know whether you remember that the Afrexim Bank, they set up AVMC, basically Advanced Health Institution in Abuja, where they do a lot of high-end, sophisticated treatment and all of that stuff. So what they have now done, the Ogun State government has now set up a similar hospital that will now connect to the one in Abuja to now take advantage of the health tourism. If you remember, last week we listened to a clip by Mr. Oji, who said that he was in Abuja recuperating. I don't know if you remember when he was talking about all these issues. So that was the hospital he went. Now, Ogun State now has set up a similar one, but now piggybacking on the success in Abuja. So suddenly, you see about 7 streams of income controlled by the state alone in a short space of time. God willing, that will get the succession planning right to have a governor that will not break rank, because that's still an issue in Ogun State politics. Our governor there's a tension between Amosu and Daniel, even after they've left office. And Daniel mentioned it just this weekend. So there are still issues amongst them. So the political leaders in Ogun State now need to sheath their swords and really work hand in hand to fast pace the result that we are currently seeing. And finally, the Yoruba leaders now need to encourage themselves. Every state need to be on their A game. And Mr. President made a comment when he gave a speech over the weekend that it was a coded, but I think he's making a point that in this our industrial corridor, what does that mean? Every state in the Southwest, in Yoruba land, need to embrace that policy and roll it out across the entire state. Within a decade, the Southwest will be an El Dorado, really. And then other states can, we now encourage this other state to do the same for their people because the population is growing. And like Janko said that we are giving back to 8 million children every year. If you are giving back to 8 million children every year, it means that in a decade, you are going to have 80 million people in Nigerian space on top of what we have now. I raise my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission, and thanks for the gift. So the person just now, please focus. Thank you very much for that gift. I really appreciate it. I was going to say something. Please mute. Sorry, I was going to say something to what Bumblebee said earlier about GRV. To be clear, I was giving grace based on the fact that he had improved as far as speaking Yoruba is concerned. I don't want him to be anywhere close to the governor's house in Alausa or Secretariat itself, because as much as I like his growth in his ability to speak Yoruba language, he doesn't have the capacity to read a place like Lagos. And I support everything you said, that there's a chain or there's a continuity that we notice, and which is what we want to have in other states, you know, continuity from Ashwaju, Tinubu to BRF to Ambode to Sanwo-Olu and then to the next governor. There's a master plan in Lagos that everybody is trying to build. So, you know, for instance, your own job is to work on rail. I mean, you're going to do every other thing, we're going to do this one. We're going to have another one who's going to come and, you know, do more. Maybe Fourth Mainland Bridge. I don't know why Sanwo-Olu didn't build it. Hopefully, we're going to have another person to do that. And they will have, you build and you keep going and on. Not someone that will come and scatter everything and say they want to go and start somewhere. That's why I said that our job in this generation is to build on the foundation laid by our fathers. Anybody that comes around with a new foundation should be jettisoned. I don't believe in GRV. And it's not because he's a bad person. I just don't think he understands, you know, how to run any state in Yoruba land, to be clear. And then for Ogun State, somebody mentioned continuity. Wọ́n ti ọ̀rọ̀ tí ń jáde ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ti ń já ràn-ìràn pé ó ṣeé ṣe kó jẹ́ pé Yayi ló máa jẹ governor Ogun, and it's APC and it's that same family, so they are connected to Asiwaju. So hopefully that will also help to make things even better in Ogun State. And what you said about what the deputy governor says is true. I mean, you need to understand and appreciate this a lot. Like when people say they are traveling to Nigeria for conventions from across the globe, they are going to Ogun State for the most part. Whether it's winners, ni Songwater Access, or Redeem, ni Mowe Access, or Deeper Life in that Mowe Access, or Mountain of Fire in that Mowe Access. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't even have to be Pentecostal to appreciate the fact that the world converges on Ogun State on an annual basis, sometimes on a monthly basis. It's important to appreciate it, and there's an economic angle to it. You notice, you see, you see, Imeko, thank you, please focus. Imeko is where this Sele, Imeko Afon. And yes, NASPAD is also there at Mowe. It's something to appreciate. Like the world converges on Ogun State like every other day. There's a 3 kilometer by 3 kilometer auditorium in Redemption Camp. When you hear things like that as a Yoruba person, the first thing you think about is not like, I cannot consider. There's a lot that goes on around that thing. It's like building, and I'm a Christian, but I want to use a secular example. It's like building a stadium. It's not just a stadium. It's not just sports that you're looking at. There's a lot of other, there's an ecosystem you're looking at, essentially. Yes, Church of the Lord Adura is at Ogeri. You have CNS also in that Mowe. Many of these people are there. There's an ecosystem around what you are looking at. And that's why when I see people on social media shouting, why they always be all these big churches? You may have your own on the whatever spiritual thing you think you believe in. That's okay. But and I'll tell you one day I was looking at the ark they're building, and I was like, wow. It's just like a stadium that you find in other parts of the world, and you have to understand that what you're looking at is an economic hub. Of course, there's a spiritual thing going on there, which is good, but there's a lot. It's the same way you think about Osun Osogbo or Lojo in Ife. Nǹkan tó máa ń back àwọn kìíní yẹn wá ojú pọ́n kàn ń ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn àbọ̀rọ̀ bíbọ̀ kankan. There's so much attached to it. So it's true, and there's so many universities in Ogun. Many. Do you know, it's not just Ogun State. Southwest is so full that the federal government, and this is where, back to my Kwara thing, I'm going to bring up some people later, back to my Kwara gist. I don't know if you noticed, but a few years ago, Southwest was so full, or let me not say it was so full, let me just put it this way, that the Nigerian University Commission, NUC, gave a directive. I don't know if they've lifted the ban, but they gave a directive that any new university that anybody wants to start should not be in Southwest. I don't know if people noticed. So private universities that were starting at the time, this was about 10, 15 years ago, could not establish their schools in the Southwest. So what do you think Yoruba people did? Which is why I say you have to be very careful on conversations that have to do with Kwara. Do you know what they did? They moved to Kwara. Why do you think Ojaja University is in Kwara State? I mean, the school was already there before Kabesi bought it. But why do you think they went to Kwara? Why did they go to Ayankore? Why did CNS Church? Why are they building in Kwara State? Listen, the educational capital of the country is Southwest essentially, and people will naturally be in the Southwest. And when the government was like, let's redistribute this thing, what your people thought of was like, Ibolotunda Bodowa to the extension Tiwa. Ole ma je West o, bole you mo so ko so yo ba oye, but ole ma je pe Southwest lo wa geopolitically. Bole you ba si ni. That's why you notice that a lot of universities, private I'm talking about now, a lot of private universities were opened in Kwara State. And then I think eventually one or two also went to Kogi State. And if you also notice very well, most of the time you're very Anamawa. Levi on YouTube, thank you very much for your submission. I saw what you're writing there. So I want to talk about you. I talk about Yoruba. It's like when we talk about Nigeria, we're like talking about the fuel scarcity. I mean, not fuel scarcity. It's just expensive. Thank God it's not scarce. We're talking about fuel, the hike in the price of fuel today. You can't have that conversation without talking about Iran. It's the same thing. You can't. There's certain if you're going to discuss Yoruba politics, you can't do it devoid of Nigerian politics, especially if you're just discussing the historical aspect. So that's why we do this. And if we don't do this, we'll just be playing the ostrich, be burying our heads in the sand. So it's important to have conversations, but I understand where you're coming from. I will keep elevating Yoruba consciousness. So I said, God bless Ogun State. If you sit down today to think about how many universities are in Ogun State, you will be shocked. Or your state as well. Even Osun, but Ogun has a lot. And it's a blessing, right? Okay, let's have other people speak. Well, please, it's past 9 and I want to run. So please keep it short so we can get out of here sharply. Let's have Yemi Plus and then Concilium. Because Yemi Plus have not said anything at all. Yemi Plus, good evening. Okay, it's not available. Concilium, please go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I'm going. Yes, sir. I'm going.
Okay. I just want to add confusion. There's a post coming up in the Olokola Ogun Water side. That ties everything together with the airport. Yeah. That ties everything together with the airport on Shebe. They are building infrastructure for whomever comes after what Bumblebee said. It's going to be a huge, it's going to be probably the biggest. On those states, I don't know what they are doing. I really don't understand what they are doing, why they are laying back. But Ogun State is just going to be, in the next 20, 30 years, they are probably going to surpass Lagos because they have land. They don't have a problem of Lagos because Lagos obviously has a problem of lack of, Ogun State, they are going to grow bigger than what everybody else is saying right now. What they are doing now, look like a genius move in the next 10 years. They are airport to Amibai, airport to Gino, Ara Peru, Tosso Ronsi, airport to Gino, not only what the condition on airport here, because Ogun State is very big, so when they are big, airport is on you say, everyone's big on my shoulder. More you lost Peru, Lodge, you know, in February, Bonus, Peru, both, so it's going to be. Look, I don't even know what to think about it, but it's a good thing that's coming up because nobody's developing like the Southwest. Nobody is. Eshegon, thank you very much.
Eshegon, thank you very much. And someone says they are not happy with Oshun. Interestingly, I saw a report about some things being done in Oshun, and it's not that bad though. Based on what I see, I saw some pictures and I thought, not bad. But to be honest, I think Osun can actually do better. And interestingly, there's a report about Osun State being one very nice statistic. All of that to say that I like what's happening, right? I like the competition. So, and someone mentioned earlier, Lagos-Ogun-Oyo corridor in the entire country, that's the industrial corridor of Nigeria, right? Lagos, Ogun, Oyo. And it's actually quite interesting that Oyo is actually doing more VAT than Ogun. It's quite interesting. But when it comes to manufacturing in this country, it's mostly Ogun State, but it's that corridor, Lagos, Ogun, Oyo. And once SWDC is working on regional rails, well, it takes a while sometimes. Hopefully we can have that interconnectivity where people will be able to move around the region and we can develop fast. And every part of this, every state doesn't have to do the same thing. We also have to think of comparative advantage. All right. I wouldn't say go and build. There are certain things that if you're doing Ogun, you are sorted. The Southwest is sorted. Okay, can feed West Africa. Ekiti can feed West Africa. And I like what the governor of Ekiti is doing with agriculture. They are building. I don't know if you've seen the video. They have this like a dormitory. So they have a dormitory, then they have farmlands, and and there they have satellite TV and stuff. So the people who work there don't have to. It's very similar to what Papa did, in the 50s, where you have only got up with farm settlements. So I think I like what's happening, and I want the governors to compete like that, so that at the end of the day, the people will be the ones, to enjoy that development. As we wrap up now, we have two more people, and then we're going to call it a day. Thank you everybody for being part of today's session. Thank you, by the way, for 207k likes on TikTok, and I want to quickly appreciate folks who have done that. Thank you for your support. And thanks for the gifts. We've seen a lot of gifts. Thank you very much for your generosity. Like once in a while we do this, I'm going to do it as the speaker goes on. We're going to put up the account details. So if you want to support us, you can use it. I'll put that up in a bit. Also, if you want to get any of the books, we just got a new stock on Radio Me Books on Telegram. So we have a bookshop, but it's on Telegram. So if you want to get any of the books that you like, and by the way, for some people were saying something about distribution, we've also found we found another courier company, and their charges and they're a lot fair. They're a lot better, so it's not as expensive. So yeah, please check out Redomi Books on Telegram, REDOMI Books. I'm going to put up the link in the comment section across the platform, so you can check it out. What again? Yeah. So please do that. If you like it, if you want to buy any book, just check it out. You'll see a lot of books, different sections. There's Nigerian Civil War, Obafemi War, politics, history, biographies, Yoruba, children, and so on and so forth. So please check it out, and I'm sure you're going to like the collection. All right, let's go to the next speaker. This will be the penultimate speaker, Yemi Plus. Good evening. Hello. Okay, let's go to Sulaiman. Good evening, Sulaiman. Sulaiman, are you there? Sulaiman Sonny, Yemi Plus.
Yeah, can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, so.
Okay, good evening. The discussion, I actually entered the discussion because of Kwara State, actually. So when I heard you talking about Kwara, so I'm from there. And I find it very, I don't know, every time I find it insulting, not just insulting, but very, I don't know how to put it. I find it very annoying that you still have to educate a lot of Yorubas about. I mean, anytime you say Kwara, the next thing I say, Fulani, and it's very, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it actually. So, are you saying that you want to, because for me, it looks like you are even self-sabotaging as Yorubas when you isolate, because your history cannot be told without that region. The history of Yoruba is, even when you talk about the old Oyo Ile, go and research it. The old Oyo Ile is actually is actually in the present day Kwara State.
Like northern part of Oyo to southern part of Kwara. Yes.
Yeah. So that is the old Oyo Ile. So I don't know when people, this ignorance that is so nauseating. I don't know. So, and then again, out of 16 local governments, you have 12 in Kwara State that are actually Yoruba. So 12 out of 16. So what else do you call that? Do you want to talk about the history of even the Owu people? I hope you know that even the Owu people, in fact, people believe that is where they originate from originally. There's a town near my town in Kwara. They call Obaloyo and all that. So people actually believe that, some historians believe that that's where the Owu people originated from and all that. In fact, there was a time they had an Owudi, and Obasanjo himself, President Obasanjo, visited there, was there and all that. If you ask the Owu people who are rooted, they will tell you that story. So there's no way you can separate Kwara from it's impossible. Even some people, a lot of people will tell you, when they talk about the old Ilorin people, they will tell you, Ilorin, Loyo. So they would say it. So you cannot. So I don't know. I find it, there's some historical aberration that happened that's probably causing some of this confusion, but you cannot separate it. So I think that let's not self-sabotage. But again, I'm also very excited about all the developments. I hope that the president is able to, especially I am very particular about the coastal city development, this coastal road that is is coming up and all that. So I hope that the governors are also able to take advantage of it. The federal government is doing its own. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, my brother. And there's something I wanted to quickly mention. Sorry, I'm going to have to mute you because of the background noise. I have to repeat it. I know I've said it before, but it's important to say it. Levi says Oyo Katunga Obi Oyo Atiba. So Oyo Katunga is Oyo Ile, and essentially, if you want to know where Oyo Ile is, just look for the old Oyo National Park. It's northern part of present-day Oyo State into the southern part of present-day Kwara State. And so Odo National Park, the one saying is, that was the capital. Let me say this. Kwara is not Ilorin. Kwara is not Ilorin. Do you know Kwara? There's a Yoruba subgroup called Igbona or Igbomina. There's Igbona in Ogun State. And state creation is a recent phenomenon. That's why I don't like when people say things like, where are you from? I'm from Kwara. Doesn't mean anything to me. Where are you from? From Osun. What are you talking about? We don't identify ourselves as a people, as Yoruba people, based on states. We identify ourselves based on our towns and our cities of origin. That's our hometowns, our cities. That's how we identify. So, Omobonia, Omobadan, Omobonia, Omofe, Omobonia, Omo Osun, Omo Osogbo, not Omo Osun State. So, in Kwara, there's Ajashe-Ekpo, there's Ofa, there's Omukpo, there's Omoaran, there's Ilofa. There are many towns. And this, again, this Fulani thing that people are talking about, it's not everywhere in Kwara that Fulani. Excuse me. Omoaran, for instance, is an Igomina town, and it's one of Omukpo, Oro, Esie, Igbaja, Omoaran, Isanlu, Isin, Sare, Idofin, Loko, Agbamu. By the way, shameless plug. It's not for me, but it's good. This weekend, myself and my family, we watched Yaniwura. You guys, let me just advertise free of charge on Cap Hub. Kunle Afolayan, he has a YouTube channel. He recently put out his father's production, Yaniwura. Okay? And they made that movie in 1984. It's beautiful. You see great. You see Adelov himself. You see Aluwe. You see Ogabelo. You see Mama Rainbow. You see even Baba Jerry. You see Charles Olumo Agbako. Many people. So please, you should watch it. I said that I remember that because I was talking about Agbamu. Agbamu is the hometown of the Madelov. It's in Kwara State. All of that to say that state creation is run from the towns of people, and the issue that people actually have, I know it too, but I don't want to talk about it today. I want to just focus on the fact that Yoruba gun in the Kwara Shugban geopolitically wants the southwest. Yes, Kekan, Aisha Pepe was also there. Aisha Pepe played the doctor. I actually had fun watching it, right? People should, check it. Let me check some of the comments we have on YouTube before we go. For your gift, thanks for your generosity. I really do appreciate your support. And those of us here who are giving gifts as well, whether you're on YouTube or on TikTok, thank you so much for your generosity. God bless you. Levi has written a lot of stuff. I don't know where I'm going to begin, but part of it is personal. You might say Yar'Adua was a social democrat with little knowledge of how federal system works. He undid everything that OBJ did, most especially in the power and oil and gas sector. When people talk about Yar'Adua, Iku, Omambu Iku, Okungbami. In other words, when the person dies, there's a kind of honor you have to give the person. When I hear things like, of course, out of respect, you just leave it be. But people have to be calm with all this, I think, it's not even I think, it's a fact. The reason we had to wait until 2023 to have a refinery was actually Yar'Adua. My account details, blocked by you. It's here. Follow my finger. Can you see it? Chattery. That's the account details. GTB. Thank you very much. The reason we had to wait till 2023 to have a refinery was Yar'Adua. And I don't like to say he's a bad person. Thank you very much. I think better than the present president. That's how we do. we just look for something good about the past one. Even when you curse him out while he was president, you say he's better than this one, and that's what will make somebody say Abacha was better than Adeko. Peter Obi, how could you have said that? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, to be fair to Yaradua, what Obasanjo did as far as oil and gas was concerned, refinery specifically, he did it in the twilight of his administration. He was about to leave, and it was like, Mutita. So that was the twilight of his administration. And then NLC, all this, labor unions, everybody's like agitating, no, you can't sell our Commonwealth to free individuals, and they say you're saying our refineries, oh, it's bad, oh, it's our Commonwealth, oh, we own together all the English and Turenchi. Eventually, he reversed the sale of the refinery. 2007. Was it? Yes. I was trying to remember where I was, and I remember exactly where I was. 2007. He reversed. I remember exactly where I was, and I felt, even though I wasn't as knowledgeable, but I thought it was a wrong move. He reversed the sale, placated the NLC guys. Everybody was happy. I knew something was wrong. It was later I discovered what was actually wrong. The NLC guys were not fighting for the country. It wasn't about us. It was about the workers. They have to get their salaries, their gratuity, their pensions, and they should get those things. But why would you want to get those things in a moribund space? There's no productivity, you're making no money, but everybody's getting paid. So how long did we have to wait? Almost 20 years. We waited about 2007 to 2020, about 16 years, actually. Ìgbà ni Dangote change 2024 gan ló ṣiṣẹ́. When did Dangote begin? When did the refinery begin operations? I think it was 2024. Was it 2024? 1 second. Nobody's answering me. I think it's 24. I think it's 24. So we waited 17 years because one person said, oh, let's just let them have their way. So people say things like it was the best. I'm like, it is well, but you have to respect the dead. But let's not be doing all this thing where we change stories. And of course, he said something quite interesting. People liked him when he said that the electoral process that brought him into power was flawed. Someone says full operation was last year. Can you imagine? 2025. So 18 years. Because people were shouting is our Commonwealth. So don't sell the refinery, but make sure it's not producing anything, but it's still ours. So we have 100% of zero. It's quite interesting. How smart. Levi says, I'm here to state clearly that Yoruba nation had existed long before Igbos came to Africa. We know that. Thank you. You have written a lot of stuff, so I'm looking at the ones that are not so personal. He said they should rename that airport Awolowo Airport. Why? Aba. Enisuru. Let it be Gateway Airport the way it is. There's nothing wrong. Even Awolowo will be proud. And that's quite interesting. It's in Remo land. Awolowo is the Kene. Alright, you've written a lot of stuff. He said, I'm a Christian and I'm a CNS prophet because CNS is Orthodox Christianity. Where in the Nigerian parlance, CNS is Orthodox. Outside Nigeria, don't call it Orthodox. So Orthodox, when people hear Orthodox, they think of Eastern Orthodox, and that would be somewhere in Russia and Greece and so on and so forth. But thank you for that. Levi says, let's not go into this now. I say Emperor Selassie is the head of the Orthodox Church. No, he's not. There are many things you're saying at the same time. Coptic is where from. You have to be. Which Orthodox are you talking about? Is it Coptic? Is it the Eastern Orthodox Church, or the definition of Orthodox as far as Nigeria is concerned? But thank you. Man, you have a lot of things here. Your mind says Osun State is still far better than Ondo State. Really? I do not think anything anything is happening there, considering the amount of money they're benefiting from oil derivatives. They need that seaport in Ondo State. They've been talking about it for a bit. Even me, I was helping them talk about it. But at this point, it looks like Ogun State is actually is moving faster. Ogun State is moving faster. I mean, Dangote has already given his word about starting a seaport in Ogun State, so we'll see how that goes. And that says Emperor Selassie is the head of Rasta. I know he's not even the head of the Orthodox Church, because the Coptic Church have their own, leadership, but it's okay. A few more things. Okay, Edino says all states in Yoruba land should have at least 30 years integrated development plans. I don't like what is happening in Ekiti or Ondo. Nothing visionary in those states. I wouldn't say that. I agree with the first part of your statement. They should have at least 30 years integrated development plans, and they do. That's a beautiful thing. Let me just quickly tell us. They do. And that plan is Dawn Commission. I think we should probably have sessions to discuss the development agenda for Western Nigeria. One of these days we'll talk about it. There's a plan, all right? And I also like what the Southwest governors are doing. They're plugging into that. I also like what SWDC is doing. They're also plugging into that. So Dawn Commission has created this fantastic strategic framework that I think is going to help us. And I know it's going to work because the ones they've done and those ones are working, e.g. the Western Security Network, Amotekun. So such plans exist. What you said about Ekiti, Osun, and Ondo, there's something visionary in those states, so they may not be as loud. Maybe it's a branding thing. But to be honest, I think they have a lot more work to do, especially when you compare them to Lagos, Ogun, and Oyo. Thank you. You might say, Yaradua stopped all the IPP power projects started by OBJ that's supposed to deliver 10,000 megawatts by 2010. I think, we have a chance now. We have the president, and things are working, and things are going to get better in security, in economy, and stuff. May God help Nigeria. May God bless Yoruba land. Thank you for being part of today's session, wherever you're joining us, whether you're on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube, Facebook, and right here on TikTok. It's been lovely hanging out with you. We have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays at 4 p.m. if we're time West African time. So we'll be here tomorrow. Listen to a replay that you're going to love. You're going to really like it. And I'm looking forward to that as well. And we've been doing a lot of matters arising in recent times. So what I'm trying to do is that we're going to have this matters arising, and then we'll use one news item or one comment in the comment section to drive into history. It's usually more engaging that way, I've noticed, than when we just read. But I like to read, and I think we should all read books together. And I'll tell you why before we go. It's easy for me to quote and say this book said this and everything. There are two things I usually do. I read the books so that you actually know that, I know who I am. And but two, I also want us to actually study the books together. I know it can be boring, and I've said it before, but boring is good. Okay? It gets us grounded. So we know. And you may not have the time to maybe sit to read. Hopefully you can create that time, by the way. I learned something from Bishop Wedepo a long time ago. He said if there's time to eat, then there should be time to read. It's that important. But regardless, even if you can't read at the moment, maybe because you're busy, you can listen to the book being read, which is one of the reasons we have those reading sessions. So we'll find a way to create the balance so that we can have, as much benefit from our sessions here. Thank you for being here today. I want to thank everybody who power tapped. 210.9k likes on TikTok is fantastic. It's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much for your support. And I want to thank everybody who gifted, whether on YouTube, on TikTok. Thanks for the roses and for the hats and for the coins and for the... There's a super fun thing they do on YouTube. It's quite nice. If you're on YouTube, please be like the lovely lady. I'll see if I can find her name. Or is it a man? No, Adeola sounds like a lady to me. So thank you for your support, and thank you for giving. I also know somebody who asked about account details earlier. Thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless you, Robaland. Before we go, we're going to play the anthems, the Nigerian anthem. Today, by the way, we listen to a lot of anthems, a number of them. Ekiti, Oyo, Ogun, Ife, Ogumosho. Quite nice. But now we're going to listen to the Nigerian anthem and Yoruba anthem. Why did this video come back? The video of this clown insulting Yoruba people from South Africa. What a queer Romero Nigeria. Mr. Remy guy says, thanks for marginalizing me because I'm from the Southeast. I apologize on behalf of what I did not do. I apologize for what I did not do. But yeah, I think so. Sorry, I want to say something before we go. I think there's something I noticed today. Yeah. So we started the conversation discussing Yoruba and stuff, and some people came in and said insulting and say, "You're not talking about us. You're not talking about us." It's that they want me to talk about them, but then they cast me out for talking about them. It's crazy the way this thing works. I don't know why they like that. But it's not the platform is not to discuss an ethnicity. We're discussing history. So we discuss history, politics, culture, and innovation. So like today we've talked about no pay, we've talked about Barobai in passing, because it's not like somebody's looking for a way to capitalize on a particular ethnicity. If we're discussing Nigerian politics, it's going to be very difficult not to mention Igbos because they're also an integral part of the country. I don't think people even respect themselves enough to understand the fact that talking about you in this context is because you featured in the story. That's what it's all about. But I guess they like what they call it, is it masochism? I guess. But everybody will be alright, hopefully. Alright, Ẹkáàbọ ìròyìn lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́. May God bless all those PCOS people. All right, let's have the anthems, Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. We'll be here tomorrow and it's going to be lovely. So please join us. 4 p.m. We're going to start playing music on TikTok. And then sometime later, we'll bring in other people on different platforms. All right. Here's Nigerian anthem. Enjoy. Please sing along if you know the songs. If you don't know the songs, kindly learn the lyrics. Nigerian national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ Nàìjíríà náà ní bàjẹ́ lágbára ọlọ́run. May God bless you. May God bless the work of your hands and the thoughts in your mind, including the one that Kulikuli is writing in the comment section. You're looking for the phone number of the girl that sang the anthem. Why? Because you have a job for her or because you have something else in mind? I don't have a phone number, but I have her songs, and her song. I have this song, and it's pretty good. This is what I can tell you. I think she's from Akwa Ibom. I think she's from Akwa Ibom. That much I can tell. Her name is Ini. See, I've tried for you. Her name is Ini. Whether it's now in the message or whatever, you can now confirm. I've tried. Thank you. Okay. All right. It did, yeah. The look on Olamide Eni Duro. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. if a time, West African time. We're going to have a great time together, revisiting some fantastic stuff, okay? So see you tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless our leaders. May God give them the wisdom they require, particularly folks in the Southwest. May God help us to protect our space. And with our ears, we hear different things. God give us the wisdom to protect. And also then, people going through tough times, security challenges, may God give their leaders the wisdom to protect the people. And Nigeria just has to be better than what it is right now. And God will help us. In Jesus' name. Thank you very much. To have a lovely evening and see you tomorrow. Good night.